Okay. What was the name of the original drummer of the Wonders before Guy was subbed in? 215-263-WMMR is the number, and we will go to Nancy, see if we can get the answer. Hey, Nancy, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Nancy.
Chad.
His name was Chad, yes. Way to go, Nancy. And it was Giovanni Ribisi.
Yes.
Plays him. A very, very small role. He had very, very little to do in that movie, but... Yeah, he was the original drummer, and he broke his arm by trying to hop over a parking meter. So, Nancy, you got it right. Hang on the line. We are going to set you up a $50 Rita's Italian Ice gift card. Rita's new Peach Ring Ice is peach perfect. You can put a peach ring on it with gummy peach rings right on top. This new flavor is here for a limited time only, and you can stop by Rita's today.
That's a Beyonce reference.
It is. It is. Put a ring on it, man. All right, so we'll go through some of the box office take this weekend. Mission Impossible had a big take. Actually, they had a couple of weeks, I think. When did that initially come out?
Was it last?
No, it was over the weekend. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
56.2 million. Then you had Sounds of Freedom was second, followed by Insidious, The Red Door, Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny. Elemental was fifth, and then Spider-Man Across Spider-Verse, Transformers Rise of the Beast, No Hard Feelings at number 8, then Joyride and The Little Mermaid at number 10. Fans of The Nanny are remembering a scene from a 1994 episode following Fran Drescher's announcement last week that SAG-AFTRA is on strike. And a clip from the show during which Drescher's character refuses to cross a picket line has been making the rounds on social media. And people are expressing their surprise at discovering that the actress has been the president of the union since 2021.
We had no idea.
Yeah, we've known it's our union. We've known for quite a while. And from time to time, we will get voicemail messages from Fran Drescher.
So what year is this clip from?
1994.
1994.
Yes.
Someone did the research, went back to 1994, an episode of The Nanny, to get a clip about the nanny talking about crossing a picket line.
I did watch the press conference, or some of it, because it was like 40 minutes long or something along those lines. But I watched her speech, and she was very impassioned and very impactful,
This is a big one.
Elijah Wood and Bob Odenkirk took to Twitter to applaud Drescher on the speech that she gave on Thursday.
Thank you.
Which has gone viral as well. And she had said the eyes of the world, and particularly the eyes of labor, are upon us. What happens to us is important. What's happening to us is happening across all fields of labor. Stars such as Jason Sudeikis, Olivia Wilde, Rosario Dawson, and Mandy Moore all joined the picket line on Friday. George Clooney also voiced his support for the strike to Deadline, calling it an inflection point in our industry.
The funny thing is, hearing her speak without that affectation, or at least reduced, it's kind of jarring when she's talking in her regular Fran Drescher voice.
Yeah, you're so used to hearing the nanny. Exactly.
I played the nanny.
This is a terrible story. An alleged drug dealer known as the Percocet Princess has been arrested in connection with the suspected overdose death of Robert De Niro's 19-year-old grandson.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, Sophia Haley Marks, who was only 20 years old, allegedly sold Leandro De Niro Rodriguez drugs before he was found dead in his financial district apartment on July 2nd. She was arrested during an undercover sting operation conducted by the NYPD, and she's been federally charged with distribution of narcotics. From the outset, police have been probing Leandro's death as a possible overdose after white powdery substance drug paraphernalia were found near the teenager's body. Leandro's mother, Drana De Niro, is Robert De Niro's eldest daughter with his ex-wife, Diane Abbott. Drana had previously disclosed that she believes her son died after taking pills laced with fentanyl. The person who sold the tainted drugs to the teenager did so knowingly, she claimed. The city's medical examiner has yet to reveal an official cause of death, but sources say NYPD detectives in Narcotics Bureau, Manhattan South, have been brought in to probe the case. So that's just tragic.
It's horrible.
Absolutely
It happens
tragic.
a lot, though, where they get stuff gets laced with fentanyl and people don't know and they die.
Good-looking kid, and obviously had a huge future ahead of him. So just terrible. This is pretty weird. Billy Baldwin Haven't mentioned that name in a while.
Right, yeah.
Revealed on Twitter on Friday that he went to high school with the guy Rex Heuermann, who's the man charged in the Gilgo Beach murders.
Oh, Billy.
And he went to high school with him. He said,
That's right. He's from Massapequa.
Yep, he wrote, woke up this morning to learn that the Gilgo Beach serial killer suspect was my high school classmate Rex Heuermann. I guess that's how you pronounce his name. Heuermann.
Let's go with that, yeah.
Brenner High School, Massapequa, New York, class of 1981.
That's effed up.
The Backdraft actor expressed surprise in finding out the news. He wrote, married, 2 kids, architect, average guy, quiet family man, mind-boggling, and Massapequa is in shock.
You guys were talking about this when I came in here, Kathy and Steve.
The Gilgo Beach killer.
We both remember when it happened. There's a Netflix documentary, which I just watched, which kind of, they don't point fingers. You come up with your own conclusion, but you basically look at a neighbor who is not this guy. And I was saying, that poor neighbor.
Right. Everyone
It
thinks
wasn't
that's
him.
the guy who did it.
Everyone thought it was him.
Yeah.
So how long ago when did this take place, these murders?
Like 13 years ago, I think.
Okay. Wow. But,
so there's a number. Now, they're connecting him to, I believe, 3 of the murders. How many were there in total?
Possibly a 4th.
Yeah.
But there were 10 bodies found in this area. So I guess we'll look to try to connect them to the others.
Yes.
By the way, you go to any place in Massapequa Park on Long Island, there is a Baldwin picture hanging in every diner.
That's the celebrity.
That's the celebrity of Massapequa,
of the
the
area?
celebrity family, I should say.
Wow. All right, so this was weird. Ty Pennington shared photos of himself in a hospital bed to Instagram on Friday, revealing that he had been admitted to the ICU shortly after attending the premiere of Barbie. And he wrote, from the red carpet to the ICU, this last week has been interesting. I'm okay now, still recovering. He said, to shed some light on why I was MIA, Sunday I hit the red carpet for the Barbie movie. Monday I flew to Colorado to start filming in Breckenridge on Tuesday morning. I woke up at 4 a.m. and I could barely breathe.
Wow.
He said, it turns out the sore throat that I've had for the last month was actually an abscess which had grown so large that it was closing off my airway.
We have audio of him attempting to talk, Preston.
Oh, wow. Just gibberish.
Yeah.
He said, the next thing you know, I was intubated and flown to the ICU in
That's
Denver.
scary.
But I guess he is doing okay now. But that came out of nowhere, too. Or at least he just thought it was a standard sore throat. Turned out to be an abscess. Wow. What was that again? I'm sorry, Ty. One more time? Oh, okay. Glad you're feeling better. People reports that desperately seeking Susan actress Rosanna Arquette crashed her car into a building at the Point Dume Village Shopping Center in Malibu last week.
Dude, she was in Pulp Fiction, but they go back to some 1980s movie to reference her in this story?
Usually in these stories, they will use 4 or 5 different movies
Okay.
They could have got to that,
as a descriptor.
that made-for-TV movie, Zuma Beach.
You guys all remember her from Zuma Beach?
Desperately Seeking Susan, I would remember her from.
So the sheriff's office said we can confirm Rosanna Arquette was involved in a traffic accident in Malibu. Los Angeles Fire Captain Mike Rivera told the Malibu Times around 9:45 a.m. a vehicle that was attempting to park. It was unknown exactly what happened, but instead of backing out, it went forward and took out 3 pillars that supported the roof. Luckily, no one was injured. We had 2 tables nearby, but luckily no one was sitting there. Officials also said that there was no indication the driver was under the influence of drugs or alcohol. It may have just been accidentally hit the wrong, put it in the wrong gear and drive rather than reverse.
You know, Billy Baldwin went to high school with her.
Oh, really?
No, okay. Another story to be acted.
Maybe we can tie a couple of murders into the Pulp Fiction
There we
actress.
go. Different timelines.
Is she the one with all the crap on her face?
That's
my
wife.
Black China isn't offended by Khloe Kardashian referring to herself as Dream's third parent.
Black China's in a better place now.
She actually is. She recently revealed on Instagram she's 10 months sober. And she said everything is good on both ends, and we are all family at the end of the day.
That's beautiful. I mean, after she tried to sue them all in court.
She said, Robert and myself are co-parenting the best we can, and it's all love and positivity. She said, as mentioned, it takes a village to raise a child, and I'm happy that Dream has a huge village full of love from both sides. As a mother, that's all I ask for.
It's beautiful.
She said, let's stop dragging the negativity on and move forward.
So, what is her mom, Tokyo? What's her name?
Tony.
Tokyo Tony. Has she gone through that same epiphany?
Tune in, Tokyo?
Tune in, Tokyo Tony.
I don't know.
And what about Tony the Tiger? Is he still sort of the spokesperson?
Yeah,
Well,
he
he's
says they're
arguing-
great.
Yeah, he says they're doing great.
Yep.
He would know.
Yeah, he would know.
Yeah. Nick Lachey penned a sweet tribute to his wife, Vanessa, on their 12th wedding anniversary on Saturday. And he wrote, and I'll read this verbatim.
Yeah.
Vanessa, not a day goes by that I'm not grateful for your love, your patience, your understanding, your fight and determination, your support,
Wow.
and your willingness to always work through the tough times. He said, while we don't always have it all figured out, nor claim to, we know that together we can find our way.
That's beautiful. That's actually pretty well written.
That's nice. So,
You're
I'm
right.
sorry.
You want to kiss me?
I want to kiss you.
Okay.
They're so romantic. The couple of the century would have to be Anna Nicole Smith and Joe Namath.
All right, wait. What do you like better? Do you like it where Joe leads or where Anna leads?
Anna
Casey?
leads.
I want to kiss you.
You want to kiss me?
Or
What do you want?
You want to kiss me?
I want to kiss you.
I got to go with Anna Nicole.
better
Yeah.
too.
You want to kiss me?
I want to kiss you.
He did well with Nick Lachey with her.
I thought you were going to talk about Joe Namath doing well.
He's actually sober too. I wonder if he's going to start dating Black China.
We could
Joe
tie,
Namath and Black China?
we could
Yeah.
tie it all
I
together.
vote yes. I vote yes.
Okay. According to E.T., Raquel Levis is now going by her birth name, Rachel,
What prompted this decision?
after spending 2 months at the mental health facility.
Did you go to a facility? That's where we keep our spaceships on my home planet. It's a docking facility.
Facility.
What is that? I'm
right.
only familiar with facilities.
After spending 2 months at the mental health facility,
I think you needed another month in that facility.
here's where I messed up. A mental health facility, The Meadows.
They should actually contract it into the facility.
In Arizona. So
We ain't got no facilities here.
a source said after
We
months
got a Geno's.
after months of therapy, Rachel decided she wanted to go by her government name moving forward.
What the hell is she talking about?
A source told the outlet, adding that her future on Vanderpump Rules is still up in the air following her cheating scandal with Tom Sandoval. She still hasn't signed on to film, the source said. Her team and Bravo are still trying to hammer out a deal. So she doesn't want to go by, what did I say, Raquel. She wants to go by Rachel now.
Okay.
You ever know anyone that sort of changed a
Yes.
more childish name? I had a friend named Becky, and she decided to go by Rebecca.
Oh, yeah,
when she became an adult. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I got it. Yeah.
Or Billy to Bill or
Yeah,
William or something
well,
like that.
yeah.
No, but I knew a guy who completely changed his first name.
Oh.
As an adult, I had gotten to know him for a couple of years by one name, and he switched it to another, and he had an interesting reason behind that. It was because I think he was named after his father, and he and his father became completely estranged, and his father had headed down a really bad path, and he just didn't want to be associated with it anymore, and completely changed his name.
I had a
because of
similar story. My friend's real name is Rocco, but he changed it to Pudsquirt. No, he changed it to Nicholas.
Blood squirt?
I like Pud Squirt. Is that one word or is that
It's
two
one
words?
word,
It is
yeah.
one. Okay, Pud Squirt.
But
Pudsquirt.
he didn't like Rocco, and he was not a Rocco type. He was very bookish.
Much more of a pud squirt guy.
Yeah, what's your Pudsquirt? That suits you, Pudsquirt.
Moving on, because it's already 7 a.m. and I've got a
We've
few
had
more
enough
stories to
Pud
get to.
conversation.
While we were gone, of course, all kinds of stories happen over the course of 2 weeks that we don't get a chance to comment on. And dude, Alan Arkin died.
I know.
That
Blew
was
me
the
away.
one kind of heartbreaker I saw while we were gone. I loved that guy.
Super talented in so
Yeah.
many of the movies that I adore. One of my absolute favorite movies. I cannot implore you enough to see The Heart is a Lonely Hunter. He plays a guy who is deaf, and he is looking after a friend of his who is deaf as well and slow, and it's just a beautiful. It's based on the Carson McCullers classic story, and it's brilliant. But he's comedy, Preston, and dramatic stuff. And Argo and Catch-22 and The In-Laws.
And So I Married an Axe Murderer.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
So
He's
great.
got a small role in that movie, but it is so wonderful.
He's trying so hard to be the hardened cop. And how did they do?
The police
captain?
chief or whatever it is. And
Too heavy on the ethnic stuff?
Yeah,
or-
yeah. Did I cross over with the ethnic slur there? He's actually this real demure, sweet guy, but the detective that works for him wants him to be a hard ass. And he pretends to be. It's just he's great. And Nick, you loved him in Kaminsky Method.
It's a great
which he
show.
worked all the way up to the end of his life.
Yeah, and his character on that show passed away, and it's and it was just eerie to have this Alan's actual passing not that long after the show ended.
Yeah, and Little Miss
singular-
Sunshine.
Oh
was
my
huge
God!
for him.
Another great one. A singular talent.
Yeah, so it's sad that that happened. Let me see another quick couple of things, and we're going to have to get into the clips. Let's do this one. James Cameron shut down rumors that he was planning to direct a film about the Ocean Gate tragedy. He went on Instagram on Saturday, and he said, "I don't respond to offensive rumors in the media usually, but I need to now." He said, "I am not in talks about an Ocean Gate film.
He's in the middle of that Black China biopic.
Nor will I ever be." Yeah, I mean, the dude is busy.
It's a $100 million project.
Clearly, he's got years of work ahead of him with that. So, People reports that due to the SAG-AFTRA strike that began last week, the only actors present for the Haunted Mansion premiere on Saturday were those portraying Disney characters, Mickey and Minnie Mouse, Maleficent, the Evil Queen, and Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. And also Cruella de Vil walked the red carpet in lieu of stars such as Jamie Lee Curtis, Tiffany Haddish, Jared Leto, Rosario Dawson, and Danny DeVito.
Wasn't Lisa Vanderpump dressed as Pluto, I think?
Maybe. The director of the film, Justin Simeon, told Variety that he was sad that his cast could not walk the red carpet with him.
Did you see what happened? They were walking the red carpet for Oppenheimer over in London. And so they timed it out so that the actors could walk and do the stuff right up to the point of entry into the theater. And then they literally had to leave because at that moment, the strike had been instituted.
No kidding. Wow. Interesting. No, I did not know that. And then one last story I thought was pretty cute. A French bulldog named Rory might be Henry Cavill's biggest fan. Rory's owner, Heather Land, first realized her pet's obsession with the Man of Steel last year. Every time he graced the screen, the dog's ears would perk up. In order to make sure that Rory, the dog, was reacting to Cavill, Land played a number of shows and films featuring the actor, and Rory appears transfixed whenever he is on screen. Land even created a Cavill shrine for the puppy, and finally, he got a chance to meet she got a chance to meet her hero, and there was a video posted at Rory the Frenchie on TikTok that shows a smiling Cavill saying, "Hey, Rory," as the pup walks up to her idol and gets to meet him.
We're watching the footage. It is pretty wild. The dog is transfixed when Henry Cavill's on screen.
Commenters were both touched and a little bit jealous of the dog getting to meet her hero, which I thought was pretty cute. All right, so we got some clips to play. All right, let's start with this one. In the new movie, Insidious, The Red Door, it is the 5th installment in the famed horror franchise, and the first since Chapter 2 to feature the original Lambert family. Here, star and director Patrick Wilson talks about reprising the original plotline. Here we go.
If I'm doing this movie, I gotta unpack the end of Insidious 2. I mean, that family went through an incredible amount of trauma. Regardless of who possessed who, you're still watching your dad go crazy town, in that film, and what that would do to the family.
I'm scared.
Insidious Red Door is playing now in theaters.
He directed it,
Yes.
the film, yeah. It's very cool.
Here's the next clip. Simon Pegg returns to Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning as field agent Benji Dunn, right-hand man to Ethan Hunt. And in this clip, he talks about the new villain introduced in the film, a rogue artificial intelligence.
We've always been scared of things that might decide to replace us or become more powerful than us. Gods, monsters, robots, aliens. AI feels like that, but possible. And so, yeah, it feels very on point for Mission Impossible.
Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning is in theaters now as well. And there you go. That's your last story, the Entertainment Report, my friend. All right, we're going to take a break. We're back from vacay, diving headfirst into all things, your life, our lives, traffic, weather, all these things that are affecting us. We'll come back in a second and keep moving forward on a Monday morning. We have a couple of things to announce today, by the way.
Yes.
We do have a concert announcement today and an event that is on the way very soon we got to dive into as well. We'll take a break and be right back. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR. Finally.
Twitter account, and he's got a tweet from Ryan Reynolds.
Yes.
It says, excited to see the Snyder Cut, but ahead of its debut, and with the aid of a good amount of aviation gin, tonight at 6 p.m., I'll do something I've never done. Actually watch The Green Lantern. Happy St. Patrick's Day. That was sent to Zack Snyder. Ladies and gentlemen, we're very fortunate to have this gentleman on. He was gracious enough to give us this wonderful interview at the Camp Out for Hunger. It was fantastic.
So cool.
And we're stoked on the day that this big event that we've long awaited, that he is joining us this morning. Is very, very cool.
I mean, the stuff that so many people thought would never happen, and here it is.
Please welcome Zack Snyder to the show this morning. Zack.
Hey, guys.
Hey, how you doing, man?
Doing great. Doing really great this morning.
It is an exciting day for a lot of people, including, most of all, you. And the first question I want to get into, Zack, is just to remind everybody, how did this come to be? Where did this idea start that this movie needed to go back and be redone and added all this extra footage? I think it was fan-based, was it not?
100% fan-based. I don't know. It's a long saga of what happened during the film. People might not know that the original Justice League that was released in theaters, that I've never seen the movie. I left the project due to a family tragedy that we had, and so I never completed the film. They brought in another guy to finish it, and they made a couple of changes in my absence, and so I guess there was a hashtag that circulated called "Release the Snyder Cut." And that hashtag started on November 17th, 2017, which is the day the movie was originally released.
Wow.
There was a guy who walked out of the theater and just went like, nope, and tweeted that. And since, it's been tweeted millions of times, the studio finally was like, okay, well, I guess we have to do this.
It's miraculous. Yeah. It is a miraculous thing when you stop and think about it. So the actual release itself, Zack, the actual movie, that it's in existence the way you originally envisioned it, but now the story of it has become Hollywood legend as well, how this actually was executed. So something that I'm sure would have to frustrate any artist and any guy, and I consider you a visionary. Preston and I, we all love your work. I mean, we're massive fans. And to think, okay, I guess I have to cast that one into the dustbin of, that's it. And then to be able to go back, and then you're getting things like IGN saying Zack Snyder's Justice League is a vindication for the director and the fans that believed in his vision. That's got to be awesome on this day to hear stuff like that.
Yeah, it's really cool. And just the fans have been so amazing. Our big cause is suicide prevention and mental health awareness. And, the fans have raised now $600,000 just, in the little fan community, because every time they did an activation, like if they bought a billboard, half the money would go to AFSP and the other half of the money would be like a billboard, or like whatever they do, half of the money goes to, AFSP and, for suicide prevention and mental health awareness. And it's just an incredible, I've said 100 times, like, well, if there was no movie, what the fans have done is incredible. Especially during this pandemic, where there's a lot of people suffering, through some hard times. On top of the, this virus, there's also just the impact on all of us as people. And I think that they've really been just amazing and tip of the spear in that way. And I'm just proud of the community.
Well, you participated in our Camp Out for Hunger, and just to put into perspective what happened, that ended up, when we thought we were fighting, the Battle of Sisyphus there, pushing the boulder up the hill, it ended up being by far, by leaps and bounds, our most productive camp out ever, and again, thanks in part to you and the other people who did it. So the generosity is not gone, and for anyone who's going to enjoy and has been excited for this event, that we'll put the link up. I'm sure Nick probably already has, to direct money for people who want to make donations to this charity, which is Touch Your Life, and is sadly touching so many lives right now, and then turn a negative into a positive. But I have to ask you, so there is so much that initially I was unaware, after having seen the movie in the theater and having loved the way you had progressed this story. With Man of Steel and Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice. To me, it seemed very Wagnerian and very operatic, and I love it. I love that whole thing. And while Justice League definitely has its moments, the tone was different. And so now that I realize there were huge chunks that were excised, Preston and I loved the character of Cyborg, and you could just feel he had been shorted so much screen time. That has been corrected, correct?
Cyborg is really it's his movie in a lot of ways. I think when you see it, you're going to be very much, you're basically seeing Cyborg's story in a lot of ways. It's his origin, and that was always when Chris Terrio and I were working on the story. Our intent was always to have Cyborg. It was his time. We thought this movie was going to be all about Cyborg, and frankly, Justice League really takes that character, all the way.
I love it.
I can't wait for you to see it. But I was suggesting that you guys leave the studio right now.
Oh, Zach was actually giving us a pass and suggested, and I suggested we ran the show from like the time of Live Aid, and it would probably, it wouldn't work out. But so we're going to tell our bosses you've given us the pass right now, actually on social media, and there are people responding who are just loving it. And you've always dealt with people who just summarily just don't buy into what you're doing. I've from the get-go, as have legions, bought into it. And you like long movies. We talked about this last time at the Camp Out for Hunger. And if you're telling a story, it's like I was looking at the runtime initially when the first iteration of Justice League was released. Like, how are you? What is this? What was this filmed in a photo booth? I mean, how are you getting these huge stories compacted?
The movie, I think the runtime of the movie it's 2 hours with credits. So it's, I think, an hour and 40 or 50 minutes total. I mean, I think that's not even half of the movie that I've just finished. So if you're ready for a deep dive into into some Justice League characters, if you're ready to really go all the way, please, this is what it's all about.
Zach, mentioning a long film, and for those who maybe have a hard time consuming something that's 4 hours long, I did read this morning that it is kind of broken up into 30-minute chapters. Is that the case?
Yeah, when I originally finished this cut of the movie, I finished in January of 2017. So I've been working on it even 2016. So and I had this idea then that I should divide the movie into chapters. And so it's really easy I think as a stream, when you're streaming it, and this is a great HBO Max thing that's happening, in that when you sit on your sofa, if you sort of think about it psychologically, like you're about to binge basically 7 half-hour episodes of a giant, some are 40 minutes and whatever, but I think you really, in that sense, it's really easy to watch, and you can always pause it at the chapters and go get your chips or go to the bathroom, or you can come back the next day. But it's really, I think in that way, it's the right sort of platform for it. We did finish an IMAX version of the movie as well, which hopefully when the theaters kind of open up more, we can put up in IMAX for you guys because we want to do that for charity, in the fall.
Oh, we'll be there. We'll promote it. Yeah, we'll absolutely do that. And just to let people know, and it's my understanding that they might be thrown off as you watch it, as everyone will watch it today, and then donate to Zach's charity as well. That the aspect ratio that you'll see at home is a little bit different, correct?
Yeah, it's like the opposite of letterbox. So everyone took a while to get used to letterbox format, which is when you have black bars on the top and bottom, the kind of widescreen look. This is the opposite. It's in Academy or it's in full app. So it is shot in the sort of IMAX format, which is like a big square. So you'll have some bars on the sides of the screen. So don't worry about that. That's part of it.
I was seeing side by side comparisons, and I love from you see more stuff going on. You need to see the bat signal.
Yeah.
Obviously, I have my Batman here with me. But I mean, the fact that all of that is going on, and just the color changes that you've done. Steppenwolf got a badass makeover. And I mean, with what you did, and HBO Max gave you some money, but what you've been able to do, and I've just seen stills, so I'm very excited. But everything looks fantastic.
Cheers. Yeah, you're going to get to see Darkseid. I don't know if you know anything about DC. Darkseid he's the King Daddy bad guy of the DC universe, and he's not messing around. He doesn't play nice. He's just here
to mess everything up. Yeah, and
mess every single thing up.
All right.
Let's hope the Justice League gets it together.
Don't give it away.
So with that,
I'm saying I hope.
Okay. Are there other actors who were initially on the cutting room floor that are now getting their treatment in this film?
Listen, I don't know 100% because, as I said, I haven't seen the theatrical cut. I might have to do that analysis.
Traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
Hey, thanks, Kath. We were just looking at video footage of the overhead of the train derailment, and like you said, it's a freight train.
Yeah.
Nobody reported injured, right?
No, and they're not making any evacuations. My brother actually lives in this area, so I was texting him earlier this morning, and they are not evacuating residents as of right now.
They say most of those cars are transporting kittens, so it should be safe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. Nothing lovable and cute hurt in this particular accident. That's good. This is an insane day. And 202, part of 202 is shut down because of a sinkhole.
But again, while we were gone, they shut it down. They fixed the sinkhole, and now it reappeared.
We've had weird stuff happen. We've had the freaking highway catch on fire and collapse, and and then all these. It's whatever, man.
The 500-pound lump of pasta by the river.
Yes,
yeah. Right.
Its heads are falling off. This has been a banner year for the most bizarre and Canadian forest fires. Smoking out Philadelphia.
It's been strange.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. We'll do a little vacation recap in a little while. In the meantime, I wanted to see if anyone could share any stories of their own of maybe something similar that has happened to this woman. I saw this. The woman's name is Gemma Hill. And she made a humiliating mistake, and she's now afraid that she can never go back and see her personal trainer anymore. She posted a video on TikTok, and what happened was her personal trainer asked her to take before photos in her underwear so she could document her progress. It's a pretty standard procedure.
Right.
You take a picture of yourself at the very beginning of your weight loss and your exercise journey, and then you can compare it after several months and see the difference.
Because you're with yourself every day.
Yes.
It doesn't appear to. It's more stark when you have that picture for comparison.
So she misunderstood and she texted the photos to her trainer. And they were supposed to be just for her own private use. And the trainer wrote back, "Hey, sorry, Jem. I meant take photos for yourself, not to send to me.
Oh, my God.
So you can check your progress." And then he clarified and said, "I don't ask clients to send me pictures in underwear."
By the way, amazing camel toe.
So now she thinks that she can never go back. Some suggest, though, that she's not the first person to make a mistake like that. And I'm wondering if anybody has ever done that. And this goes under the umbrella of accidentally sending either inappropriate photos to someone or misunderstanding. And Kathy, you had a story, and I'll bet this happens more than people think.
It was not a photo, but I had to go, and I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was either it was an ultrasound of either my uterus or ovaries or something like that. And I had something similar in the past, which was done. Well, Steve, it was done internally in the past. So when I went back, they were using the same terminology. Okay, you need to get this This was years later.
Sure.
And so I went, and the woman said, okay, so, you'll have to just get on the table or whatever. And she said, you can just pull your pants down and, and then we'll get started. So I, thinking it was what I had done in the past, took my clothes off. Normally they give you those paper robes or whatever. And I was like, oh, I didn't even get any of that. I didn't get one. This is weird. I guess I'll just do what she says. And so her back was to me. And so I got completely naked and was on the table. And she turned around. She was like, oh, no, I just meant pull your pants down just a little bit below your belt line. That's all I need. It was external, and they were doing an ultrasound on the outside of my abdomen.
You wait here. I'll go get the dentist.
And I was like, oh my God. I'm like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. Last time I had, and she was like, it's okay. But she wasn't laughing with me. I was like, oh my God, this is, I gotta get the hell out of here.
Oh, no.
That's brutal.
And then I was like, oh my God, let me get dressed. She's like, well, no, let's just get it. So then I had to lay there while she did it. And then I got dressed.
She just...
Yes.
She didn't have you put it back on?
She was all ready to go.
I think that's a breach of, I think.
Well, the equipment was ready. It had to be done at a specific time. My bladder had to be full. I was dying. I had to go to the bathroom. It was, so she just kind of did it really quick and
wow.
I got dressed.
Well, she makes you feel uncomfortable and then says, but hang out and be uncomfortable. Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, oh God, this is mortifying. And then as I was leaving, I was like, I'm so sorry. She was like, no, it's okay.
It's so many times in medical things like that where they, even no matter how comprehensive they are about giving you your information, you don't really know what you're doing. And how do I do this? And, how many times have you put the gown on the wrong way? And
well, and she wasn't over, she was like, just pull your, she said, pull your pants down. So I was like,
say that.
I was like, okay, just like last time, I have to take my pants off.
I want to be able to see the beeve. That's all.
I think it's so classic that her back was turned to you.
Oh my God!
And then she turns around. It would have been best if she would have been like, "Oh my God!"
Well, she was like, "Oh, you just need to pull it below your belt line." Oh,
Jesus. I fortunately have never had that type of experience where I wasn't supposed to be naked and then ended up naked. That could be pretty. Now, did you have any issue? Did you ever have to go back there again and see that person again? Or
no, she was just like the ultrasound tech. So I feel like even if I went back, neither of us would remember each other.
Hey, the slut's back.
Hey, just tell her to pull her pants down a little bit and watch what happens.
And stand back and enjoy the show.
Oh my God. This is not I think this is a text and not not a picture, but let me go to Jason real quick here. Hey, Jason, good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
We just got married, and we were going on our honeymoon, and my dad works for the airport, and so he saw us off, and she texted and thought it was texting me and texted my dad and said, let's join the Mile High Club.
She invited your father to join the Mile High Club with her.
Yes.
And how did Dad respond to that?
He goes, Olivia, I don't think that was towards.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
You got a real scrappy one there, son.
Yes. So my wife goes, so it's a joke every year, like, oh, who's joining the Mile High?
Oh my God.
Oh, that's the best.
That's great.
That's perfect.
I like that. All right, thank you, Jason.
The text occurrences are legendary. I mean, there's been
I had one the other day. I did one, and fortunately, it wasn't anything embarrassing, but it was to Rob McElhenney.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Join the Mile High Club?
Not join the Mile High Club. He was, we're going to be broadcasting live from the Wrexham and Union game. Yeah. And with him being in town, I wanted to see if we could get together and play golf. And there was a a friend who is a member at a super duper exclusive, well, it's the greatest golf course in the country. And we were going to see if we could arrange for him to play there. And we were going back and forth. And obviously his schedule is crazy busy. He's not going to be able to. And I responded to what I thought was my friend who's a member there and said, hey, I spoke to Rob. He can't make it. It's busy, blah, blah, blah. And then I sent it to Rob.
Oh, no.
And then he got back to me. He's like, hey, I don't think this was meant for me. And I was like, at that moment, the blood rushed my head. I'm like, what did I write? And I went back and I checked, and it was, it was pretty straight ahead.
There's nothing that could compare to that flushed feeling you get when, oh my God, what did I send?
Yes.
Did I say anything incriminating?
Oh, yeah.
Was I rude? All of that stuff. It just levels you.
By the way, I just got a notification on our email account that says that we can now retrieve emails that were sent incorrectly.
Really?
I only glanced at it for a second.
The work email?
Yeah.
Okay, so it probably gives you a buffer of like a minute or 40 seconds before it sends it.
I'm wondering how long.
The second the first person opens it, it's done. You can't. Then you can't.
Yeah, it's already completed.
They've already seen it. Don't you remember? I did that for Matt Cord's surprise party. I sent it to all of the jocks at the station, forgetting
including him,
that Matt was a jock and that he was going to be on that email. And I tried to retrieve it, and he was like, "I can't wait to see you at my party."
Apple gives you what? Is it 30 seconds now or something like that?
To edit
when you
or,
send an email to stop it.
Right. Oh, to stop it completely.
Wow. By the way, Kathy, the number of people are texting in saying, here's one that says, ultrasound tech here. Tell Kathy it happens all the time.
Okay, that's good.
And it doesn't even phase us at all.
Should the verbiage be changed then instead of pull down your pants?
You can pull down your pants.
Right.
There was another one that said, hang on a second, there were a few of them essentially like that. This one says, I had to work physical and I misunderstood the hospital gown and didn't tie the back of it. So my bare ass was right in the face of the doctor when I stood up. Luckily, he just quietly and calmly tied down the shut before, but I was mortified because of that. They've never gotten any traction on hospital gown technology.
Yeah,
it's
right?
horrible. I've posed this on the air many times. There is this tether system, and there's got to be a easier way to design a workable hospital gown.
No, when they want to do it the right way, they make you wear two, one forwards and one backwards.
And then how about one that just takes care of both of those?
Yeah.
Like they can make reversible jackets. Can't they do this?
Yeah. They should be able to do that.
So
they haven't done it.
Yes.
I think it's an industry-wide joke, to be honest.
It's to make you feel, it's to put you in a compromising, it diminishes you, so you're more likely to follow commands.
It's like the Marines. They break you down.
That's it. Yeah.
Everybody.
What's your name, fat body?
Yeah.
That'd be great if you walk in. That's immediately how they address you.
Fat body.
When was the last time you guys got a massage?
It's been a while.
Is your default to go down to
Naked?
naked?
I wear
go underwear.
Yeah, I wear underwear too.
Yeah, boxers, yeah.
There was one time it was at a Red Door spa, which is they're kind of legendary, I guess. I'm not familiar, but with what the legend is about. But I was told you could get naked under the blanket. I chose not to.
No, I think a lot of men go completely. I mean, I think a lot of people go completely naked. Sure. Yeah.
Oh Jesus!
You know what? Yeah, I don't know. I've never been. I've always just assumed you just wear your underwear.
I did one time. I got on my hands and knees and parted my butt cheeks.
Yeah,
I had a daisy sticking out of my anus.
Weird.
Right.
Weird.
And I thought, okay.
Listen,
What if your massage therapist, you walk in, the person's lying on their back, holding their ankles? Hi, I'm ready.
Oh, what? You want to know what that is?
Oh.
It's a pretzel rod.
Well, if you have a daisy in your butt, you have to take your underpants off.
Yes.
Otherwise, you're going to kill the flower.
How was I going to get the daisy in there?
Listen, some of these massage therapists are so good with the sheet placement and how they if you don't have underwear on and how they there's this trick they do when
Kathy,
they
you're
put
so
it through
right.
your leg, and I mean nothing comes out, nothing pops out ever.
There was a woman who, because I would go my wife convinced me to now and then do the massages because they are relaxing, they are medicinal, they feel good and work out the stress. But you're exactly right. There was this one woman who had like magician moves.
Yeah.
Like as I was getting down to like twirling the blankets around and all that stuff. Like, where'd you go?
And by the way, here's a text from someone says, I work in the emergency department. The hospital gown is absolutely a cognitive fitness test. It's just to see if you have a mental capacity to be able to put that thing on or not.
You know why it is? Because it defies logic. You have these huge sleeves.
Yeah.
And you have those. And how many times, the first time I ever put on a hospital gown, I put my legs through a sleeve. That's how big they are.
Yeah.
I'm like, this is not going to work.
But the massage thing, there's got to be some massage therapists listening that have walked in and seen someone bare ass naked just laying there.
I think that's
ready
also,
to go.
I think that's also a profession where they're like they almost don't care. Like that's part of it.
Yeah.
Well, listen, if you're in a more questionable facility or a business, perhaps that's telegraphing what you really want.
I signed up for a membership at Han and Stone per Preston's endorsements, and so I go once a month. Casey, I always go with boxers, but Steve, you have to fill out a form now every time, or like once a month or whatever, saying nothing sexual is going to happen, and if you do prefer to get naked, which a lot of people do.
Yeah.
Actually, some people that like getting naked under the blanket, they do it because they like getting their butt massaged, like quite the muscles, the glutes.
The glutes, yeah. Right.
And you can't do that really as effectively. if
Here's your
you're
daisy,
wearing-
Mr. McElwain.
Well, yeah. I thought I was supposed to start face down.
Oh, I like a nice warm table too.
Oh, no.
No? Oh, you don't want a heated table?
No, I want a cold table, and then the blanket can warm me.
There you go. I like that too, because you don't want to get sweaty while you're
I know.
while you're laying
and
there.
I did last time. The table was heated. These are really difficult times we live in.
Yes, they are.
I don't know how
I don't know how we do it.
I don't know how you go on.
Do you want a massage or do you want to be barbecued?
Or would you like a daisy?
Here's your daisy, sir.
Well, yeah, I guess a daisy it's kind of delicate.
Yeah,
it's not going to be like a rose. Forget it.
Yeah.
That's too much. There's thorns and stuff. No, thank
Reminds you too much of seal.
you. Hang on, I want to go to Ed here real quick. Ed, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Good morning to see you.
Good morning to see you, sir. What's up, bud? Good morning to see you.
So I was working a few years ago as a delivery driver for a very popular online retail company.
Okay, we'll guess.
And so so it was part of our job to send pictures of road closures if we couldn't access certain areas. And in the process of doing that, I accidentally sent a picture of my girlfriend's boobs to my dispatcher.
Oh my God.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
And what kind of reaction was that met with?
Well, as soon as I realized it, I called, and I was pretty glad. I was pretty glad that the dude was pretty cool about it.
Wow. Can you describe
and all I got nice.
Nice.
I mean, what else do you? You either don't acknowledge the text
Right,
at all,
right.
or you say something funny like,
Is this your mother?
Nice, yeah. But can you describe in very specific detail what your girlfriend's boobs look like?
I would, but I mean, I could say that you guys have met my girlfriend one or two occasions. She was a part of the smokers hypnotism.
Okay.
thing.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, I remember a girl with
Take a look
huge
at my
cans.
tits.
Seen her boobs.
Take a look at my knockers. All right. Well, that would be mortifying. Thank God, nothing because that could be considered if you accidentally sent pictures like that. First, you have to prove it was accidentally, but it could be considered sexual harassment. too.
Yeah. Hang on, I'm going to go to a massage therapist. It's Christina. Hi there, Christina.
Hi.
Hey, what's up, Christina?
Gadzooks.
So I'm a massage therapist, and I have had people, after I've told them to undress to their comfort and get under the blankets, lay on top of the blankets completely naked.
All right, so you allow, first of all, you say whatever comfort level you're good with. So you're okay with completely nude, but you do tell them to get under the blankets.
Yes, every time, because people don't listen.
And at that point, what do you do? You walk over and somebody's bare ass naked.
I say, oh, get under the blanket. I'll give you some time. I'll step out of the room and then knock again and make sure that they're actually under the blanket.
More often men or women that make that mistake?
It's an even mix. I have a pretty decent mix of people on my table. But most of the time, like it's
Let me ask you. So, can you tell if a guy, and has a guy ever sort of telegraphed his intent for more special attention by being naked?
Yes, and they get blacklisted.
Yeah, I would imagine, right?
Yeah, you can't cross that line.
Yeah. Take your Daisy and get out of here.
Pretty much, get out.
Yes, absolutely. Good for you.
All right, let me ask you a profession question here, Christina. So when getting a massage, a female, if they are nude on top, how far into the breast area will you go as far as a massage goes? I mean, like, because there are, muscles. There's your pectoral muscles.
Will you kneel on them?
Right. Well, it all depends. Like places like Hand and Stone and Massage Envy, like there's a clear boundary that we're not allowed to cross. Usually it's with their comfort level. And if you're certified in breast massage, then you can, with their consent, massage their breast tissue.
How often do you end up doing, to Nick's point, a lot of people, the glute muscles, as somebody who's physically active and could require or could ask for that massage. How often are you massaging someone's butt?
Quite a bit, honestly, and you can do it through the sheet if they're wearing underwear, so it's not like a huge deal to. It's just another muscle.
I assume the more practiced massage therapists won't dislodge the daisy.
Right.
Right.
No, listen, every time I go, I will get a deep glute massage because it ties into like sciatica and my lower back and stuff. And I'm like, that is, if there's any point that I say I want some attention to, it's back there for sure.
Isn't that what Pacino screams in Dog Day Afternoon?
No, that's Attica.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry about that. All right, thank you, Christina.
Yeah, have a good day, guys.
All right, you too. See ya.
I get massages regularly. I'll go once or twice a month, and now I've never.
You don't have to be naked for that.
I haven't had, like full breast massage, but she gets in there because that's all connected too. Like I had some shoulder issues, so
your pectoral muscles are there.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, and is it a regular person, the same person you always go to?
It's the same person.
All right,
I
so
love
they
her.
know.
Yeah, like I'm completely fine.
It's the guy who parks her car.
Wait, what? It's what?
Get me started before I go in. Yeah, the valet parking.
No.
Yeah.
Let me go to, speaking of massages, I'm going to go to Nick here on the phones. Hi, Nick. Good morning.
Hey, sorry to bother you guys at work.
What's up, bud?
Hey, so I was on my honeymoon, actually, and we were getting a couples massage. I had a few drinks before, and needless to say, I got a little too excited when the masseuse was giving me a little massage up on my own.
He's got a boner. You have a massive erection.
My wife was directly next to me in the other bed. Luckily, she didn't see, and I had to kind of do the old tuck and pray. But
the tuck and pray.
So you're on your back. Obviously, it would have to be for it to be any sort of an issue, right? And so your boner was was more obvious. How do you perform that tuck and pray maneuver when the person's standing over you, massaging you?
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of just put my hand down there and just kind of move it off to the side a little bit.
Yeah. You didn't say
it's a puppet.
Hi! The 10 is up and the circus is in town.
Just kind of had to do what I had to do.
Wow.
It was interesting. She was a good-looking masseuse. Right? We were in Mexico. So.
Yeah. Let me take care of this for a second. I'll get back to you.
All right. Thank you,
Yeah,
Nick.
that'd be horrific.
I've never had that happen. Even if the therapist happens to be attracted or something like that, it's just the digging into the muscles and getting the relief from that. I'm too distracted by that to get turned on or anything along those
You got a
lines.
certain degree of pressure. Do you like I like them to work it. I don't.
Oh no, I'm not. I'm deep. I'm medium. Now Rochelle, you could whip out a jackhammer and go to town. And she can take deep pain.
Right.
And I cannot handle that.
No, I'm a puss when it comes
It's
to
not
that stuff.
comfortable to me.
I told you guys this before, but a girl I dated, she was a lifeguard and was teaching a lifeguard class. And they were strapping a kid to the backboard.
Oh, yeah.
And he was wearing a Speedo, and he got a full-on in front of the entire class.
You've basically just set up a piece of boner artwork because he's now framed. Oh wow, man,
You have to move. You have to go home and go, Mom, Dad, we got to move. Because there's
Everyone
no
in
way.
town knows I had a boner.
Casey, there was a guy in my high school, and to this day, because it happened to him in wrestling, and he was, his high school wrestling.
Oh, no.
And his nickname became 5 Point Stance. I just remember that story, and I will never not associate that guy with that story.
It's the worst in school, especially.
Yes.
So I remember Tracy Philby was her name, and she caused many young men who are finding their way through life. And so we used to have co-ed gym, which is very problematic. And it's like it would almost be, please don't be here today.
The guy, the caller said he did the tuck and pray.
Yeah.
Somebody texted in, I think he said, we call that the Canadian belt buckle.
I'd never heard of the
I
tuck and pray.
don't know why, but I just like that term.
It's like the Chechnyan cummerbund.
It's just like that. It's the same thing, in fact, I'm pretty sure. So this woman, we got started on this conversation because she was going to a personal trainer, and he asked her to take before photos in her underwear so that she could document her progress. And she sent the pictures to the guy, and he's like, no. I don't ask people to send me pictures in their underwear. And she's mortified by this and thinks
I also sent you a picture of me naked on top of a pig.
that she might not be able to go back to him. What, Casey?
Okay, no, the Canadian belt buckle is different than the tuck and pray.
Okay, do you want to try to explain it?
Well, so I thought when he was describing tuck and pray, I thought things were being pushed down towards the thighs.
They probably were.
Okay, so the Canadian belt buckle, everything points due north, and then you just kind of you
It extends up and looks like a buckle above one's pantaloons.
If it's coming up above your waistline, maybe?
put it into the waistline, and the elastic of the waistline of your underpants
Will
then
obscure it?
It holds it down.
Right.
Ooh, a corsage.
Okay.
You must be Canadian.
A mid-body corsage.
It's a funny thing, isn't it? Our unit.
It is.
The various maneuvers you can do with it.
Well, all right. So speaking of which, just a little bit of a detour. Did anybody see Bert Kreischer's post
Oh my God,
from a
yes.
couple days ago?
I did.
Is that real? Is that real?
I
Is that
commented
real?
on it.
Well,
Because his hands are up.
Let me explain what we're talking about. It's him and three other guys naked, facing away. It's at the gorge.
Yes.
And I zoomed in.
Yeah.
Of course. You see something hanging.
It's a shot from behind, and between Bert's legs, you can see a shadow there.
Yeah,
And
that ain't no shadow, pal.
I'm thinking that's legit. I'm thinking that's his donger.
Really?
Yeah.
I feel like he did this on purpose, and it's not real.
I don't know. Did you zoom in?
Of course. It looks a little uncircumcised too. Just
I
saying.
think Bert would be circumcised.
I don't know. I mean, it doesn't
listen,
look like it's giant or anything like that.
If it is, good for him.
Yeah.
I think there is nutsack and dong
I
in
know.
this picture.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he's ready for a weekend.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. We'll have to ask him.
Yeah.
We'll have to see if we
Well,
can
he'll
reach
show
out to him.
us.
I'm sure there are.
Don't have to worry.
I didn't even look at the comments or see how many likes or anything. Did it get a ridiculous amount of comments on that?
Oh, sure, yeah. I mean, I commented on it, and as soon as I opened it up, I zoomed in, and then I was like, I have to make a comment about this. But yeah, there's like 300,000 likes on there, and a lot of dong comments.
Who are the other guys?
Mark Norman is one, Cheeto Santino, who's Andrew Santino, and then Stavros. I can't remember how to say his last name, but he's a really funny comedian as well.
Okay.
Did so you think, Kathy, he may have gone in with a little Photoshop and
I don't know.
Created something?
I feel like we need to find out.
I do
This
too.
is this is the guy who is stood
my
in for you.
godfather.
Yes.
Yeah, from your quinceañera.
Right.
Yeah.
I need to know
You do need to
how
know
big
these
his
things.
tongue is.
Yeah.
Right. Well, anyhow, thank you for sharing the stories. We do appreciate it. Listen, I want to mention something, and you never know whether we will see dong or not, but the Preston and Steve Belly Flop Championship is coming up. And I know that with I have no idea if the Hebrew Hammer is going to be there, but we've been pretty close to seeing his unit at this event because he wears a mankini.
A Borat kind of outfit.
But we would like to see you at the event. It is going to be Thursday, August 3rd, and that'll be here before you know it. Is that 2 weeks from this Thursday?
Yes.
I think so.
Yep.
Oh, my God. At the Valley Beach at Valley Forge Casino Resort. It's an early event, 6 to 8 p.m. If you would like to compete, we're getting signups now. You can go to PrestonandSteve.com, and you need a photo and some information about yourself, your belly flop nickname, the type of walk-up music you like, what your style is, whatever. But we want to hear about it. The deadline to enter is going to be on Sunday, the 23rd. That is this Sunday. So we need to get you on that now. We have a $500 cash prize for first place, and we're going to add some more stuff to that as well. Plus, there are cash prizes for second and third that will be announced. 21 and over event. Spectators are welcome, and it's sponsored by Valley Forge Casino Resort. So again, jot that down. It's on the 3rd. It is a Thursday at the Valley Beach at Valley Forge Casino Resort. But if you know somebody who should sign up for this, let them know about it now because we want to get that underway. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back in a moment. The Bizarre File when we return.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
His character was cut, and Kiersey Clemens, who plays Iris, she was cut. So anyway,
she's in a sequence.
Mom.
She's in a sequence with the Flashes. Gets a lot more time on the screen. Ezra Miller. We know there's a new Flash movie that is in the works. We get to see a bit of what the Speed Force. Concept looks like, which is very cool.
Sure.
Cyborg's dad, Silas Joe Morton, we see a little bit more of him. And, what I love is that Steppenwolf
has a really amazing arc. Yeah, sorry.
No problem. Steppenwolf, in that version, it was like, why are you so pissed off? What is this about? With Darkseid in the mix, you I guess from what I understand and what I've read, is that Steppenwolf comes off more as he's just trying to please his boss, and is that correct?
A family issue. Yeah, he has a lot of. I mean, Kieran Hines, who voices him, is amazing, and I think brings this amazing gravitas, and I would say, frankly, he brings a lot of sympathy to the character. I mean, I know it's hard to believe that you might feel sympathetic toward this big spiky monster from space who's into world domination and has a giant axe and it's just basically chopping everybody in half. But he's got his own problems.
But that's what you need. To me, I've always hated a villain. And I've said this countless times on the show, a mustache-twirling, one-dimensional villain does nothing for me. A villain that you can slightly understand the impetus for is far more interesting.
Oh, yeah. No, yeah. 100%.
So I wanted to ask and double back to Ray Fisher because I was reading something about him. For those who don't know, he's the one who plays Cyborg. Actually, he's from the area.
He is.
We spoke to him years ago. He apparently has had a great reaction to the Snyder Cut. I read this morning that he absolutely loved it. Now, he had his issues with the replacement and its controversies, and we won't get into that here. But how does that feel to you to know that he's happy with what he's seen?
Well, Ray's a buddy, and I just when I hired him and when we started this process, it was really, to me, it was all about honoring the character as best I could. And anytime an actor sees the movie and is moved by it and enjoys it, that's for me the ultimate, the ultimate in vindication, and it makes me super happy. So I'm glad that Ray got to enjoy it. Cool. And I saw that video of him where he was just going nuts. So
he watched it in a hotel room too. Apparently, it was yeah.
Yeah, not the best viewing experience, but you can see that if it plays in a hotel room,
it'll play anywhere.
Hey, Zach, I wanted to ask, first of all, I wanted to thank you for joining us today because I know today's a huge day, and I'm sure everybody wanted a piece of you. And so the fact that you woke up early, it's like 5 o'clock in your time right now, that you woke up early, that you're spending some time with us, I want to thank you for that. But I also want to ask, why did you get up at 5 o'clock in the morning to call in to Philadelphia radio? I would like to think that you like our show, but is it because you have family in the area?
Look, I'm a friend of the show, and I really do. I love you guys. Whenever I get a chance, if you guys, when I see the text arrive on my phone, we're doing a show, you want to jump on? I'm like, let's go.
Hey, I have a question. Since we're doing this via Zoom and we can see into your domicile there, do you play piano?
My kids do.
Okay.
My kids play.
There's a piano book behind you and a piano. I was going to have you tickle the ivories there for us a little bit if that was the case.
By the way, if I could, I would jump on. I would play a little, I don't know what, but I'd be, and sing, of course.
Speaking of music, though, just to bring up this point, everyone's raving about the new music for the film, and explain what happened.
Junkie did this again when I left. Junkie XL, who does the score. They replaced him as well. And then when I came back to finish the movie, Junkie, I called him and I said, "We're doing the movie. We're going to finish it." And he was like, "What?" And I said, "Do you have any music left over?" And he goes, "You know what? I'm going to do it all from scratch. I want to start over." And so he just, it's 4 hours, pretty much 4 hours of music. And it's unbelievable. He just destroyed it. And we are doing it's coming out. I don't know exactly when it comes out. We'll have to check out, but we're doing a vinyl box. So if you're into vinyl,
oh wow,
they're going to do a full release of the soundtrack on vinyl. And that's pretty cool. As well as, of course, at Apple Music, you can check it out.
Well, Zach, I'd like to ask a follow-up question about that topic, because I loved the soundtrack for Man of Steel. Was Hans Zimmer did that. Do you have favorite composers that you like working with, and how do you end up choosing one? Because there are a lot of great ones out there, and Hans is legendary. So why change, in the same cinematic universe and do a different composer?
Hans and Junkie worked together. That's why I met Junkie. He came, from sort of Hans's camp. And that's how we sort of got together. And then, because the two of them did Batman versus Superman together.
Okay.
And then and then when we went on to Justice League, I was like, "Okay, Junkie, you want to do it? You want to do the whole thing?" And he was like, "Absolutely." And we worked together. He did, he did Fury Road and a bunch of other amazing soundtracks, and it's just, and he just finished Army of the Dead for me.
When is the release on that?
Shot right over there in Atlantic City.
When's the release on that? We hear it was bumped back again.
May 21st.
May 21st. Okay. Just to also
be ready. I'll be back on the show in no time.
Oh, you bet your ass. You made a critical mistake in answering our texts, because we're going to be on you like white on rice. But and I just want to convey the excitement to people who may not understand. For example, and I think I mentioned to you this to you at the campout. Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice, the original theatrical cut, really enjoyed. Yet there were some things that to me were like, well, there didn't seem to be an explanation fully. When I saw the full director's cut with the additional footage in it, it took greatness and made it even better, because to me, all those things are filled in. To know that you've had this ability to go back and add in those little things, and I don't want to spoil anything. I had to do a little research, so I know there are a couple of new characters that make appearances that are going to rock fans' worlds. So yeah. So are you kind of like a guy who has the ultimate gift to give someone on on Christmas or whatever, and now you can get to see them unwrap it and get the reaction?
Yeah, I mean, that's a cool way to look at it. I hope fans take this opportunity to really, and I think if you haven't seen Justice League, at all, then I think this really represents an amazing opportunity to just kind of go deep into a world, and excited that people are going to get that chance.
All right, so what other press are you doing today? I know you have a watch party, so maybe you can talk a little bit about that, but where else can your fans catch you today?
Yeah, there's a watch party. I don't know if it's live, but I'm doing a thing for 300, weirdly, with Stephanopoulos, with the Hellenic League, because it was the I think it's the 2000. No, it's got to be more than that. It's 480 BC.
The anniversary of the Battle of Thermopylae.
Yeah, it's one of the anniversaries. But it's thousands of years. But that's exciting. So I'm talking to them.
Are you going to have anybody from the battle attending? Or?
Yeah. Leonidas is coming. So that's it's weird that I was like, wow, that's a blast from the past. But you absolutely have to do that.
What an honor to have some of the original veterans in attendance. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. We better hurry up and get their stories. Before it's too late.
Preston, I'm sorry, go ahead.
And then, I'm doing a couple of watch. Well, I don't even like you. I'm delirious, so I can't remember. I don't know.
It's early.
Well, shuttling me around, but always stopping here is important.
We appreciate that.
It was announced that you're going to do the Fountainhead. Is that correct?
Well, no, I own the Fountainhead. I don't really have we don't really have a model for it. But I've got it. It's kind of on the, I would say it's on a slow burn.
Okay.
Okay.
But, we'll see. The next thing I'm doing, I'm trying to do this small movie that I wrote with my friend Kurt Johnstad, who actually wrote the script, called Horse Latitudes. And it's a movie that we want to just go shoot in South America, with two guys. And it's like a real, sort of micro budget movie, and then
that's got to be refreshing. That's going to have to be.
Yeah,
that's like a complete diversion.
The actors, you know what I mean? So that's fun.
Cool. What does this mean? Just quickly, you've got this. The reaction so far has been tremendous. Everything sort of stopped for the Snyderverse. Do you think HBO Max? Do you think we are seeing perhaps the potential for allowing you to complete your longer game in this?
Listen, I mean, I don't, that's not necessarily, I didn't make it with that intention. We did make the movie with the, when we originally filmed the movie, we assumed there would be 2 more movies. That's kind of how the movie's made. There's a cliffhanger at the end, and I know it's rude that there's a cliffhanger for a movie that may not get a sequel, but it's just the way it was constructed, and I wanted to do it exactly as we had talked about. Look, I didn't think I'd be sitting here talking to you guys about this. Yeah. So, you never know. Stranger things have happened. So,
all right.
Well, I don't know if we talked about this or not, but Army of the Dead is going to be released on May 21st. And I don't know if we talked about where is it going to be released? I don't know if we.
That's on Netflix.
It's Netflix.
Netflix.
Okay.
Netflix has been amazing. You are going to get, trust me, you will know where Army of the Dead is playing and what it's about. Netflix does not. They do not play.
They like to advertise.
You trust me. And the trailer,
I saw it.
I mean, really soon in April, like right at the beginning of April, like I think middle-ish of April, and the new trailer is just it's a butt kicker. I don't want to say a word because I know I'm radio.
You can say ass.
Yeah, and I was an ass kicker.
Well, then it is an ass kicker.
I do want to thank you again for joining us this morning, and then also I want to thank you because when I was texting with you the other day, my son was next to me, and I go, "Hey, I just got a text from Zack Snyder," and he was like, "No way!" And so I looked really, really cool, and he was like, "Tell him I said hi. I'm a huge fan." So I did, and then you texted back, and then I promised him I would say this. He said, "You have to put a character in your next movie whose name is Seamus, because that is his name."
Oh my God!
So there you go.
There we go.
There you go. It's super Seamus.
Yeah. Oh my God! My son's name is Ben. If you want to toss that in, leave Zach alone.
Soon he's going to be doing shout-outs.
Yeah,
so
right.
Well, listen, Zach, thanks again. It's a big day for you and also for AFSP, like you said. People bring awareness to that and suicide prevention and getting therapy and for people who need it. So we appreciate the time. Yes, Casey?
Yeah, we do have information about that on our website.
Okay, yep. It's located.
That's awesome.
If you'd
Thanks,
like to
guys.
donate, you can.
Thanks
Our
for
pleasure.
bringing that up.
Great to talk to you, Zach. Good luck with everything and congratulations.
All right. You can go check out Justice League on HBO Max, and I will talk to you guys later.
Outstanding.
Yeah.
Zack Snyder, guys. Wow.
Huge.
Stoked for tonight.
Yes.
Or as soon as you gonna watch it today?
I want to watch it straight through, and it's a tough thing on a school night. So I'm going to try. If not, it'll be tomorrow because I want to live and go into this world. Nice. I'm so damn excited.
All right, we're going to get right into this with a story. I love this one. It's about the band Korn. So when it came time to choose a name for the band, they had considered being called Larry.
Stop it.
Larry.
This is a great story. That was the name of their manager at the time.
Larry.
who had told them that they could not call their band Korn. Now, Jonathan Davis told Revolver Magazine that he responded, well, we're going to name it Larry then. And he's like, F you. And I said, look, it's either going to be Larry or Korn. You effing pick it. And once they decided on a name, Davis said that the logo, this is interesting too.
Which is the K?
Well, it's the name, Korn, drawn out. The logo came about when he grabbed a crayon and wrote Korn with his left hand.
Oh, there you go.
Gosh.
And got all jaggedy.
And that's it.
That's
Yep.
funny.
Look at these people spend millions of dollars on highfalutin graphic artists.
Yep. Davis said that he credits them getting their record deal due to the number of stickers with their logo on it that they had stuck all over town. We had to share this little story. So every evening at 6 o'clock, we do a quick conference call with us, with the members of the show. Just to see.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Pro Team Collision, your certified collision repair center. And if you get into an accident, Pro Team Collision is there for all of your auto body repair needs. So we'll begin with this one. A little girl is recovering from a beaver attack.
Beaver attack?
She was bitten over the weekend while swimming in Lake Lanier.
Oh, okay.
The beach at Little Hall Park on Lake Lanier is one of the Steely family's favorite spots. And
Nice beaver.
Kimberly Steely said, we bring our kids here probably once a month during the summer, and it's awful to think that something could happen to a child, but something did. It happened to a little girl who was swimming in the lake over the weekend, not far from Little Hall. Wildlife Resources Supervisor Don McGowan said it's the biggest beaver he'd ever seen. He said,
and he's gone to spring break.
He said it's estimated at 50 or 55 pounds, which is about as they get in Georgia.
How do you even cover that, Kathy?
Officials say the girl's father was there and he rescued his daughter and killed the animal. The beaver later tested positive for rabies.
Beavers in general can be very vicious animals.
Yeah, if they want to.
Yeah.
They have obviously very, very powerful teeth.
Absolutely.
On the street leading down to the boat ramp, the county had put up rabies warning signs.
I would leave the area.
At Little Hall Park, Steely always keeps a watchful eye on her children. From now on, it'll be both eyes. She said it's kind of scary, makes you wonder what else is out there.
It's a great area except for the rabid beavers.
Medical experts say if a person is bitten or scratched by an animal suspected of having rabies, they get shots that stop the virus. Without the shots, it is almost always fatal. State wildlife biologists say a beaver attack is very rare. The last one they remembered along Lake Lanier was 13 years ago.
That's a hell of a day.
Yeah, you remember that.
That beaver was nuts.
Yep. So the groom at the wedding that resulted in the mega viral photo, now referred to as the dress that broke the internet. You remember this?
Yeah.
The gold and white or blue and black?
Right, yes.
Well, that guy has been charged with attempting to kill his wife.
So it has a happy ending.
Whose mother wore the dress, photographed and shared by a guest.
What caused this?
Keir Johnston, whose mother-in-law wore the dress to his 2015 wedding, is accused of fomenting a campaign of domestic violence against his wife that was so fierce that he has now been charged with her attempted murder.
Jeez.
The couple found worldwide fame after a wedding guest posted a photo of the dress on Tumblr and asked what colors people could see. The image of the dress was generating up to 11,000 tweets per minute under the hashtag the dress. It even had its own exhibit at a museum in Germany. It was a black and blue or white and gold. The 38-year-old Johnston appeared in Glasgow's High Court this week, accused of perpetrating a nearly 11-year campaign of domestic violence. It culminated in an alleged attempt to strangle his wife at knife point.
That's horrific.
Yeah. Johnson's charge included...
Do you think the dress drove him to this, that he couldn't decide the color and eventually flipped out?
Maybe that's what pushed him over the edge. He'll have his day in court, though.
That's right.
So it includes between April 2019 and March 2022, pushing his wife against a wall, shouting at her and throttling her before threatening to kill her. He also alleged to have attempted to enter a vehicle that his wife was in, striking her through its open window.
Sounds like a prince.
And he allegedly placed his wife in a headlock and dragged her from a pub after she refused to leave with him. Further charges claim he isolated his wife from her friends and monitored her movements and her finances, controlling the amount of money that she had access to. He was just an evil husband. He's pleaded not guilty to the charges against him. But yeah, bizarre little tie-in to the dress that broke the internet.
The most benign thing is the guy behind it is a lunatic.
Yeah. An accused fraudster had a bullet hidden beneath his testicles, according to jail personnel who last night found the live round while conducting a strip search. Police allege that Michael Keanu Brennan utilized stolen information on a credit card to pay for $3,000 to pay for a $3,000 17-night stay at a vacation home 2 blocks from the Gulf of Mexico. Brennan was arrested at his rental, where police found numerous driver's licenses, checks, social security cards, credit cards, and debit cards, all in different names. And while being booked into jail, Brennan was warned that additional penalties could apply if he was hiding drugs or contraband, though he claimed not to be carrying anything.
I have a bullet discreetly tucked under my testicles.
An unfortunate jail deputy located a .22 caliber round of ammunition that was positioned underneath the suspect's testicles. I mean, why that?
Why? Yeah.
You
There's
know,
a landmine in my anus.
Yeah, the bullet was collected by a second sheriff's deputy, and it was confirmed that it had not been fired and was still live. Upon discovering the ammo, Brennan was hit with an additional felony charge for introducing contraband into a detention facility. He was released from custody after posting a $15,000 bond.
One bullet.
One bullet. One tiny little .22 caliber bullet behind his nuts.
This is how I'm getting out of this prison.
A woman was killed Saturday afternoon when a landscaping crew mowed over her in Beer Brook Park, Modesto. Police spokeswoman Sharon Bear said employees with Grover Landscaping Services were mowing the grass. A crew member was mowing and noticed a body in the grass that he had already made a pass through.
Oh, jeez.
The employee called 911, and when law enforcement arrived, the woman was pronounced dead at the scene. The victim had been identified as 27-year-old Christine Chavez.
Was she already dead, or how do you not?
No, so Des Martinez with a homeless advocacy group called We Are Not Invisible said that the victim was asleep on the grass when she was hit by the lawnmower. The accident took place the day after the city of Modesto transferred ownership of the park to E&J Gallo Winery. It is unknown why the landscaper, who was driving a John Deere tractor with a pull-behind mower, did not see the woman in the grass. Chavez was not in a tent. And this is the second fatality in the city in recent years involving a crew cleaning up an area and inadvertently killing a homeless person.
Oh, my goodness.
Wow.
That's just horrible.
Yeah. All right. We can't end on a horrible story like that.
A good gardening story.
Here's a good duck story for you.
There we go.
A duck made its way onto a roller coaster at Cedar Point and went for a wild ride.
No way. Cedar Point is the big roller coaster park.
It is. The duck flew into the train of the Millennium Force while it was moving earlier this week, and it ended up along for the ride. According to Cedar Point's website, the roller coaster reaches speeds of 93 miles an hour. It hauls ass.
This is great.
Photos and videos show the duck tucked behind the back of a seat. Once the ride came to a stop, the duck was safely removed from the train by a guest. The spokesperson said it appears a guest immediately went to take the duck while people were getting off the ride before the maintenance team arrived to help.
I want to go get my pictures.
And according to a post on Reddit, the woman took the duck to guest services where it would be turned over to wildlife rehab. Further information was not available.
That's pretty amazing.
He went for a roller coaster ride. And that is what I have in the Bizarre File for you this morning. All right, we have a couple of guests in the studio who are here to talk about an event that is coming up this weekend, this Sunday.
Yes.
And it is a biggie one, especially for the gentleman sitting to my right. Casey Boyd takes part in the Bend to the Shore bike tour. And how many years now for you, Case?
You know what? I don't even know. Maybe 10? Something like that?
Something like that.
10.
Well, we do have two guests that are here. First of all, we have the man who is behind it, and he runs the whole organization. Please welcome Mr. Mark O'Connor.
Yeah.
Good to see you again, sir.
Thank you.
Are you getting ready? Are you set?
We're getting ready. Still a lot of little things to finish, but we're getting there.
Wow, it's a huge event, and obviously it's been growing more and more each and every year. And we also have someone new in the studio with us this morning. This will be her first time riding in the event. It is to honor her late husband, Trooper Martin Mack. We would like to welcome Stephanie Mack to the studio this morning. Stephanie, thanks for coming in.
Thank you for having me.
Our pleasure. All right, so Mark, how many years now for the event all told? I know we cover this every single year, but let's just go over the basics again.
And thanks for that. Thanks for your support all these years. This is the 36th annual Bend to the Shore. We're right now 2,200 plus riders, closing in on $1 million for the year. Our goal is $1.2 million. So if we keep working hard, Casey's going to bring in a lot more money, and we're going to get to that goal.
We obviously operate through the prism of what he's doing, and then we know that there's a ton of work just on his side. So the undertaking that all of you who participate in this, especially you, Mark, it's got to be a Herculean chore to put this thing together.
We have a great group of volunteers, and we look at it, it's a 65-mile ride, and that takes a lot of people and a lot of logistics. But then we have a big party in Atlantic City at Showboat Hotel, which is a whole nother event almost, right? So there's a lot of logistics. We're dotting the I's, crossing the T's right now, and you guys understand this because of what you do with Camp Out for Hunger. You know, these events, a lot of important things that you got to nail down, and that's what we're doing right now.
Yeah, our meetings for Camp Out started a couple of months ago, and I'm sure this is a year-round event for you to plan for.
Yeah, we'll start next Tuesday, planning next year.
Yeah, I believe it. So it's this Sunday, and the specifics are it starts at Franklin Square, right in front of the Ben Franklin Bridge, goes across the bridge, and finishes at the Showboat Hotel in Atlantic City. All told, it's a 65-mile bike ride, but there's a 30-mile option. There's some shorter options for people who aren't seasoned bikers, right?
Yeah, we added the 30-miler last year, hoping to increase the ridership from people who might find the 65 daunting. Hasn't taken off yet, quite frankly, but hopefully it'll continue to grow. And then you can also do virtually. You can sign up and do 65 of anything. One of our board members, who's a retired chief of police from New Jersey, he unfortunately said he was going to eat 65 donuts. So talk
That's
about
a problem.
stereotypes coming true, right?
Well, at least at 65, it's within the parameters.
You could do 65 munchkins, maybe.
There you go.
You know, that might be easier.
Absolutely,
Wow. Well, listen, the charity raises money for the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. And what exactly does Families Behind the Badge do?
Two main pillars of the foundation are to support the families of fallen and critically injured first responders in the greater Philadelphia and South Jersey area with financial support. We have an immediacy grant, and unfortunately we'll be giving one out this week to the family of the Philadelphia officer that died over the weekend in the line of duty. Yesterday, an Upper Merion officer was not working, but died. His wife is expecting a child, so we'll be there for them. So that's the one thing. The other is we have a program called Police Youth Alliance where we connect cops and kids in non-enforcement positive action to change the perception of the police, particularly in disadvantaged neighborhoods. So
That's essential.
Yeah,
You guys have been doing that for a while now. That is an essential step in all this.
Stephanie, you lost your husband in 2022, as I said, Martin. And when obviously that's the most tragic thing and shocking thing you could have happen to you. But outside of the shock and horror of that comes all the other unexpected responsibilities that fall in your hands. Is this where they stepped in to help out as far as Children Behind the Badge goes?
Yeah, so I have 2 children with my late husband, and I said it before, I didn't know the organization existed until the chaos ensued. Mark and Amanda came in and in a very respectful manner, and they introduced me to a new network that I needed to survive. And without that ability to survive, I wouldn't be here. Families actually cares about me and my children and Brittany and her daughter. And, you know, it's a good feeling to know, like, it's not just about the Blue family. It's about everybody in first responders, and knowing that the organization just doesn't take care of the fallen. It also takes care of rebuilding and rebranding the images of lower financial areas with flipping the perceptions of police and everything. It's a phenomenal opportunity, and to give back and just ride, it's just one little way I can do it.
Yeah, I can imagine, you know, you have, as Preston said, you're at your lowest. You've had this horrific incident happen and your head's spinning. And to have people, and many who have gone through a similar experience, there to support you, as well as, you know, to help with financial considerations and everything in general. I mean, this is very recent that this happened to you, and here you are. You're going to participate for the first time in this this Sunday. How is
mildly afraid?
Mildly afraid. What are you doing? You doing
So I'm told.
The full run?
I'm doing the full 65.
All right. And how's your training going, or have you trained?
I have.
Have you been eating a lot of donuts?
No, I have not.
Okay.
Hey, let's put it to you this way. Bert Kreischer did this, the comedian, did it with Casey. He had never ridden that length ever, and not even close.
And he had done a show the night before.
And he made it, you'll be fine.
Yeah.
If he can do it, you're
show the
going
night
to be
before.
fine.
Yeah, he did a show
So it's
the night
promising.
before.
I might be all right. All right.
What's the longest ride you've done thus far?
25.
Okay.
All right. And
It's
listen,
easy. It's only another 40 miles.
Hey, it's fine.
But when you're with that group, when you're with a group of people, when you're with your team, which, by the way, what's the name of your team?
Together with Troopers.
Together with Troopers. How many people do you have?
So I believe the team is at 25.
Oh, yeah.
Ish.
You're going to have plenty of support.
They'll support you.
They're going to help you the whole way.
One of the pallbearers is riding with me, so he's keeping me in tow. So we've been
Okay.
training together, and
I love that.
we'll see how we do.
Casey, you have not done your full training regimen yet.
This is, as far as training is concerned, about the as least prepared as I've been since year one. So I just, I had a little vacation, and so that sucked up a little bit of time. I got out on some rides these past couple of weeks. I was very, very discouraged about a week and a half ago. I did a couple of rides on Friday, Saturday. Feel a lot better.
All right.
But right now, what's important for me is I need to get out on a long ride, and I need to make sure that I am nourished. And because I was malnourished before, and hydrate. I got to hydrate all week.
By the way, I remember the first time you did this. It had a profound effect on you.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
It was
emotional.
very emotional for you when you finished that.
When you turned, the course has changed a little bit over the years, but that first year, you make that last turn, and you hear the cowbells and the people cheering. And I saw my family, and I was like, "Oh my God, I can't believe I'm crying right now!" And so, because it was for me a physical feat, something that I had worked for and trained for, and to actually cross that finish line, and to know what we were doing it for. There was it's not just riding a bike, it's riding a bike with a purpose. And, and Stephanie, you and your family and tons of families out there have benefited from, the efforts. And so that was I was overcome, and I wasn't expecting that.
Yeah.
I would imagine, are you prepared for a little emotion as well?
So I told my children they can't come down and see me. One, because I'll probably fall off the bike, and two, because they kind of panic when I cry. So I am very prepared to lose my marbles. But it's going to be very different.
I understand.
Just even driving by the link half the time, I'm like,
Yeah.
So, and there's no link to the showboat to him and I. So just, I know a bunch of the teams. I know the top two fundraisers. They're friends of Brittany's. A lot of officers from Bucks County. So it's not like I'll be doing it alone.
Right.
Although I'm pretty sure they're going to be waiting to see me cry. Yeah. So I'm really hoping I can find a good place to hide then lose it.
Well, it's going to be, obviously it's an amazing thing. It'll be, I'm sure, cathartic in some ways. But I mean, what a wonderful way to honor your husband's memory, and to also set an example for if you can do this at whatever level people can do it, whether they're doing it online or eating those donuts or whatever. It all makes a difference.
By the way, you can text Casey Boyd to 39333, and we'll send you a link and details and registration information. You can join the Team WMMR Rock and Rollers, I think.
You can. We don't have
No
a jersey
jerseys.
for you anymore. All the jerseys had been, ordered and separated and all that sort of stuff. So if you do join, you will not, unfortunately be able to get a jersey. But speaking of fundraising, Team WMMR is right now we're in fourth place as far as fundraising. Listen, Wheels of Justice they are a juggernaut, and we're not going to catch those guys. So I like to aim for second or third place. So you want to go text Casey Boyd to 39333, we'll send you the link. You'll be able to donate there. Donate specifically to Team WMMR or to my team, and then we'll be good to go.
And it's sponsored by Michelob Ultra and Visit Delco.
Mm-hmm.
And still time if somebody last minute wants to get registered and ride?
Sure. Go to benttoshore.org. You can still register 6530 or virtual. And or you can come down to the party afterwards. You could still volunteer. you could go online and donate to Casey's team. That would be wonderful.
All right. So it is this Sunday, and 2,200 registered riders. That's a big event.
Phenomenal.
It's pretty damn cool. And you get to ride across the bridge, man.
That's
awesome as
actually,
well.
and so it's great that that's in the beginning because it's a nice long hill.
You're not selling this to me.
It's not that bad.
Can I just start over the bridge?
No. But riding over the bridge is a really,
It's a
really
good warm-up.
cool- Yeah, it's a good warm-up, and it's really cool.
Is that what we're going to call it?
Yeah,
that's what we're calling it.
Just, just stand up on the pedals. Just stand on the pedals.
Okay.
Well, this is the 36th annual. It's a huge event and one that continues to grow, and for a great reason. Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. So, Mark, good luck with everything. It's great to see you again.
Thank you.
Stephanie, wonderful to meet you. Good luck. You're going to do great.
Yes.
Okay, you're going to do great. All right. Let's hear it for Mark and Stephanie, guys. With that and all the details at WMMR.com on top of that. We are going to take a break. We'll come back in just a moment, so hang out, would you please?
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR. In MMR.
Interviews and so on. And that also includes topic conversations. And so we're getting ready to wrap up the call last night, and then Kathy's got one more thing to add.
Well, Steve, so I was at a Bachelorette, and Steve's like, did Bachelorette produce anything? I was like, no, not really. It was actually pretty low-key. And then I was like, oh, wait.
Yeah.
There was one thing.
There's one thing. I was talking to these girls. You remember how last week how Preston was saying that he likes to make sure that, his sexual partner has achieved.
Right.
Gets her cookies.
orgasm,
The cookies.
Gets the cookies.
Yeah.
Before going for the main course, and then Kathy says, and I'll say this verbatim because it's not vulgar or anything like that. She said, "I didn't know until I talked to these girls that not all women will have an orgasm by having sex."
Yeah.
And so we're like, "Oh, okay." And then all of a sudden, you hear Casey go, "I guess I should have told you guys that I'm in the car and have the Bluetooth on, and Seamus is sitting next to me."
Well, I also brought up something from another conversation we're going to have about the wall sitting.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
And that's
But even that was more benign. Even that,
I just I was sex, orgasm, like just all the words.
All the words.
Yeah.
Coming out of Kathy's mouth.
And so Seamus is just sitting there in the passenger seat, and I just look over at him, and I can see him smiling. Right?
God.
He's just pretending like he didn't hear anything, and I'm like, okay, he heard everything. Now here's
I didn't think Kathy had orgasms.
well,
I mean, like, and honestly, of all people, like, and this is not the first. This is the second time that I've done this with Seamus in the car.
I don't
really?
remember the
I don't
first
remember
time.
the first time.
The first time I called in like a couple minutes late, and you had already announced that you were in the car with your kids. I didn't hear it, so at the end of I think I cursed, like I said the F word or something like that. But like I was like joking around trying to make you guys laugh, and then there was like silence, and Casey was like, "Did you not hear me say I was in the car with my kids?" And I was like, "Nope, I sure didn't."
Sorry. Here's the deal. I don't even know if he knows what that O word is.
Yeah.
All the other stuff, I'm sure he knows all about.
Right.
But the main juxt of the conversation, the gist, whatever. I sound like anyway. The main gist of the conversation, it being the O and women not getting to that. I don't even know if that all that stuff could have gone over his head, and he probably was looking that word up.
How old is he?
He's in 8th grade.
Maybe.
I don't know. But the kids have the internet these days.
Yeah, those kids.
Yeah,
And their
well, if
internet.
not, he knows now.
I'll tell you this, though, that's something that I've never had to deal with because it's just my wife, or we're transporting pets in the car. But it's such a common thing. There's no way that doesn't happen all the freaking time.
Yeah, Shell and I instituted a standard greeting, which if you're in the car and Rochelle says it to me, she goes, "Hi, you're on speaker. So and so is in the car with me." Like that's the first thing that comes out of her mouth.
Say hi.
Yeah.
Now, in my defense, when I joined the call, there was already a conversation going on, so I couldn't bust in and go, "Hey, by the way, I'm a speaker." I just
normally it's okay. Like the majority of our calls
It's pretty benign.
it doesn't get that detailed or graphic.
But when you're all worked up and horny, it comes through.
Apparently I needed to.
Kathy's all horned up.
Well, Casey a couple of weeks ago suggested maybe we do, I forget, it was like Zoom call or FaceTime or something for our conference calls. And I was like, I can't do that because I am my phone is always on speaker, like when I do the conference call, because it's dinner time and we're either cooking, cleaning, like whatever it is, and Jace is always there. And when I feel like sometimes there'll be like a curse that slips, I'm like, and I gotta quick get the phone and put it up to my ear.
Yeah. So whenever I talk to my buddy Jeff on the phone, you're pretty sure that the conversation is going to go to an NC-17 rating,
right?
So we always will go, are you on speaker? Are you alone? Or whatever.
Right.
I mean, but with our conference call, and also my kids are older now, so it's like, but when they were children, it was like, hey guys, by the way, I got the kids in the car.
Well, for me, it's like my a Christmas story. We heard all that stuff from my dad, and so it was all part of the deal. But we never received calls through Bluetooth in the car.
Yeah.
While I was in the back seat when my dad was driving. It was something that didn't happen.
Did anybody see the South Park quarantine special?
Yeah.
Yes.
I watched it with my son over the weekend, and the last 5 minutes of it, there is a giant phallus that Mr. Garrison is carrying back into town. And my son, who is a little bit older than Seamus Casey, could not stop laughing. But he was laughing so hard that he was like holding the pillow in front of his face. So like we dance around the topic, but the older he gets, the dancing just becomes less overt. You're just like, all right, that's fine. Like he knows you don't want to be the person. I don't know. You don't want to be like overt about it, but you also know that he knows.
Listen, I've told my, and I say this time and time again. Listen, my kids are going to hear this stuff in the schoolyard, which is fine.
Right.
I don't want them teaching this stuff in the schoolyard. There's a difference, right? So
you want them getting shed talks.
No, but at the same time, with the whatever they're watching, it's like, all right, there's that weird fine line between condoning and encouraging.
Yes.
And so I don't like, my son is now watching clips of The Family Guy, and he's getting such a kick out of it, and I hear him cracking up. And
At the
my
dirty
wife,
parts?
Probably. I don't know what he's, but my wife's like, it's not appropriate for him. I'm like, well, I know what I watched when I was 13 years old.
I think my like with my situation, my dad just got tired of trying to restrict it because and then my mother just sort of gave up. We tried, and and we were fine, but a lot of the stuff just went over our heads, and then eventually it was like somehow I just remember knowing about it. I forget exactly where I became aware of it. It was a combination of both the schoolyard and my dad.
Yeah. I've got my two olders. They can say whatever they want to.
Yeah.
Right. It's free reign now. I mean, they're 20 and 18.
Right.
So
Yeah.
whatever, and they will say stuff in front of my 13-year-old. So it's everything now
is on the table.
Is on the table, except for like graphic sex or anything like that. You know what I mean? So you can. I love when parents say, they've heard everything. When they're talking about their kid who's a toddler, he's heard everything. But
no, they haven't.
He may have heard all the words, not in a specific order though.
Yeah,
which can make it very graphic and dirty.
Well, like Chuck D'Amico, right? So Chuck D'Amico is part of our pod. I work with Chuck, and then so my kids and we see each other on the weekends. Chuck D'Amico says things that are like, I was like, I would never say that in front of my kids, and he says it in front of my kids, and I'm like, well, I guess this is just where we are now, Like,
wait, Chuck says stuff in front of his kids that you wouldn't say in front of your kids.
He says it in front of my children. He says it in front of my children.
Like what?
All right, so for instance, we were playing
using your mouth on a donkey.
No, is it Scattergories?
Yeah,
we were playing Scattergories, right? And the things that are round came up, and the letter was T. And he said, and I'll just, so he said tiny toddies, but it wasn't toddies.
Right.
It was, boobs. And I was like, and like,
you were like, we don't say that.
That's 2 points, man.
You also, I know that, but you also have to remember, I also have I have the youngest of everybody, too.
Yeah.
So my sixth grader is there. My sixth grade daughter is there as well. So
That's not appropriate.
It's not. It is not.
So what you're saying is he's a bad dad.
Well, I'm saying he often forgets, and that we all have different parenting styles. So he might have said that in front of his sixth grade daughter but she's a sophomore in high school now. So there's a difference. And
you lose track.
When he did that, my wife and I looked at each other like, do I say something? Well, I'm saying something to him now. Don't say stuff like that in front of my daughter, right? Don't say stuff like that in front of my 11-year-old daughter, my 11-year-old Catholic school daughter.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
Kathy, don't talk about orgasms in front of my son.
But I didn't.
Unless you're going to teach him how to give one to a.
Oh God, stop it!
Dear Lord.
Stop.
We are crossing
Yeah, no, I don't want to
territories.
Do that. Yeah, this isn't good.
By the way, I just jotted down. I need to watch South Park movie with my sons. I don't think we've ever seen that, and that gets as dirty as you can possibly get.
And watch this quarantine special because it's pretty damn funny.
Okay. And there's a huge phallus in it at some point.
Yeah.
Because there's a little one in the South Park movie where Saddam Hussein whips out.
Right. No, this is a giant man gets turned into a penis and gets hauled into town.
All right. Nice. All right. Well, anyhow, if Kathy's on your call and you're on Bluetooth with your children, make sure you say something because otherwise there's going to be
just let loose.
But
an
literally, I would be the
moment.
last person to say something in front of a kid.
Are we still on for the swingers party tonight?
Stop. Oh, God.
By the way, today is National Cheesesteak Day.
Yes.
So I figured
it's a food thing.
Food is on the brain.
Yeah.
And, we're gonna do some giveaways with Steak'em in a little bit, who have stopped by this morning to give us some stuff to give to you. But let's have a seat and have a meal, if you will.
It's time for the Connoisseur in honor of National Cheesesteak Day. We're going to talk all things food.
We definitely are. Maybe we can get into a cheesesteak discussion at some point.
You know, there's a Goldberg's tie into cheesesteaks. They always run that episode.
Yeah,
where they,
donkeys.
Donkeys.
Right?
Yep,
And
absolutely.
the whole big thing was that the best cheesesteak in the world is not in Pennsylvania.
And you know what? It was really good.
Really
I need to get
good.
back there.
I know.
I'll have to, when I have a cheat moment, I'll do that.
Well, and some people call no fair because it's not on the long roll. It's on a Kaiser.
Yeah.
Poppy C. Kaiser or whatever. I got no problems with that.
I don't care. I think it just tastes great.
I
That's
say
all there is to it.
If you
And
put
less
it in
filling.
if you put it in between white bread, it's still a cheesesteak.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Word.
All right. So I've got my
Yes, your
chef's hat on.
Your puffy chef's hat.
So we're going to start with this.
What is the technical name of that hat?
Chef's hat.
Chef's hat.
Is it literally just chef's hat?
You got me. Because there's a couple different ones. I think like sous chefs wear a different hat. And so there's a variety of different hats that are worn in certain restaurant situations. So it's called a toque, Steve.
All right, there we go.
So according to this, it says the chef's hat is officially called a toque.
That's toque.
Which is Arabic for hat.
All right.
While the term has existed for a few thousand years, the French popularized the word when referring to a chef's hat, according to Culinary Anyone. That's a website, I guess. By the 1800s, that hat has become known as the toque blanche.
Oh, because it's white.
Or white hat. Yeah.
I know you're about to get going with something.
Connoisseur.
I don't think a cheesesteak in between white bread is still a cheesesteak.
It is.
All right. Maybe we can come back to this.
Okay.
I stand corrected.
No, I mean, is it called a cheesesteak roll?
Yeah,
No, it's called cheesesteak.
I think you bastardized the sandwich by putting in between white bread.
Okay.
If we're going to come back to cheesesteak,
You talking about sandwich bread, just regular sandwich bread?
Yeah, I mean, what if you put a hamburger in between two pieces of white bread? Is it
no.
not a hamburger anymore?
I will
It's that
accept.
you didn't have any rolls left and you had nothing else to use.
I will accept a Kaiser roll, but at white bread, I think you are killing the very being of what a cheesesteak is.
It's still a cheesesteak. I'm not saying I'm not killing the being of it, but it's still a cheesesteak. If you put peanut butter and jelly on a hoagie roll, it's still a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Would you then call it a steak sandwich? Because I don't see that as a steak sandwich. A steak sandwich I see on a roll.
I think if you put it on a bagel, it's no longer a cheesesteak. I think if you put it on white bread, I'm thinking
the bread has that much sway over it. You think?
Yeah, I think you have ruined the very concept of a cheesesteak. I think it's like steak sandwich ingredients on white bread. I think
Do
it's
me a
no
favor.
longer a cheesesteak.
Put some documentation together and send it on over.
Let me ask you, you have a problem with cheesesteak egg rolls? It's still called cheesesteak.
It's not even remotely a cheesesteak.
It's still a cheesesteak. It's called
It's got cheesesteak ingredients. No, it's not.
93.3 WMMR.
Thanks, Kath. I'm going to give just a little butt plug, if you guys don't mind. I saw this press release, and this is cool. It's the Legoland Discovery Center in Philadelphia.
Yeah, in the Plymouth Meeting Mall?
It says Discovery Center, Philadelphia.
Yeah, that's the Plymouth Meeting Mall.
That's what they call the Plymouth Meeting Mall now?
Yeah. That's what they call that location of Legoland.
So they are doing, I thought this is really cool, a sensory-friendly event tomorrow night for those who are on the spectrum.
Yes.
Kids are on the spectrum, and they can explore and play in a quiet environment, and they're going to reduce the special effects and stimuli. So I thought that was really neat. And so that is tomorrow from 9 a.m. to 10:30 a.m., and you can go to philadelphia.legolanddiscoverycenter.com. So I thought that was a great idea on their part and just wanted to pass that along real quick. So a little butt plug, if you would.
And actually, Guys, I'm so sad. I don't know if you've heard this, but over our break, Redstone closed. It was not for good. They had another fire. And,
What?
Yeah. And so they had to close for a little while.
And just after you had your big cigar event there.
Wow.
Jason and I went one night and we literally stood at the front door and we were like, what? Why is no one here? Why is it dark? And why is there a handwritten sign that says they're closed?
Oh, man.
But yeah, looked a little into it and I guess they had another fire.
Scared me there for a second.
I know. No, it's going to reopen,
Good.
Preston.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, listen. We spent a little time off, little vacation. Happens from time to time, and it's always nice to come back and see what you did on your summer vacation.
Yes.
And so a few of us went to exotic and wonderful places, and others just kind of hung out and did a bunch of nothing. And,
So we buttressed it right up with the Independence Day, 4th of July week. So a lot of people took that week off. We thought there'd be less of an impact. And you said you had a very restful time off.
Well, it was just very. I mean, I played a lot of golf, which is just my thing. It's my my hobby, and yeah, didn't go anywhere. We went to to the shore, and but no big trips, no traveling. Didn't have to get on a plane or anything like that. It was pretty chill. And to be honest, I just needed to sleep.
Yeah.
I just needed some sleep.
God almighty.
And I got some sleep.
It
and I was
wears
really
you
happy
down.
about that. Yeah.
Yeah.
But you and, a few of you guys did some roaming around the world, actually.
Two actually went to the same place.
Same
Kathy
place,
and Casey.
Right. I was on top. Casey was down below.
Yeah.
I was on bottom. She prefers to be on top.
Yeah. It's her years in prison that taught her that.
Yeah. But they both went to the Grand Canyon.
Yes.
Completely different experiences. Casey down in the river and you up on the ridge.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. And Casey, so I wanted to tell Casey this story while we were on the air. So yeah, we went to the Grand Canyon, Sedona, and then into Scottsdale where it was 115 degrees, which was amazing. It was like having
brutal.
a hair dryer blowing in my face constantly. But Case, while we did the Grand Canyon, so this whole trip, with Jace, I was just hoping that it didn't get lost on him. He wanted to go, which is why we went. He learned about it in school this past year, and so we went. And Jace is a very hands-on kid. He's got to be, doing things and touching and figuring it out on his own. So this was something we were looking at. Where there was hiking involved, but I was really hoping that it didn't get lost on him. And we got there, and he looked and he went, "This is incredible.
Yeah.
I can't believe this is real." So
Yes.
I was that made the trip, and it was all worth it.
Mission accomplished, yeah.
But I had been telling him about Casey and what Casey was doing in his trip. So the entire time we were hiking, and we went a little ways in, but we also did a rim tour. But the whole time he was like, "Where's Casey? It's how is he?
Casey, Bobby."
Case, we had binoculars, and at one point when we were at the top, we looked down and we could see, I think it was called Phantom Ranch, and I think we could see some of the people down there. And he was like, "Is that Casey?" He was like,
just said yes.
"Do we see him? Can you call him and see if he can wave to us?" He wanted to know where you were getting your water, where you were refilling your water bottle, if your water bottle was filtering the water that you were putting in it, where you were sleeping, how hot it was. And then we had heard that a woman unfortunately passed away hiking down there right when you were down there. So he was like, "Can we check on him? Can we call his family? Do we know if he's okay?"
Look at his totally concerned.
He likes me.
He was so concerned. And he was like, "Which one's Casey?" I said, "He's the one that you bet $300 that you couldn't get out of the hot tub in Florida and put the jets back on." And he was like, "Oh, yeah, okay." So, yeah, he was very concerned with what
Mommy,
you
do
were
you think
doing.
with the right sniper rifle I could win Casey?
But, Case, so I need to bring home these answers to him. Where were you refilling your water?
Okay, so I did a river trip. It was an 8-day, 270-mile river trip on the Colorado River through the Grand Canyon. Our water that we drank was the Colorado River water. They have a great filtration system on the raft that we were on. It's a motorized boating trip. They do have like dories, which is, rowboats and stuff. We didn't do that. It's a longer trip, but everything is filtrated on this filtration system on the boat. And so that's what we drank all week long.
Okay.
And it's really great. It's awesome that you guys were right by Phantom Ranch because that was towards the end of our trip. I think that might have been like day maybe 7.
So where did you come back up?
I don't even know. To tell you the truth.
After that point in time, you just want to get home.
Yeah, I don't even know. That's a great question. Maybe I should. I know where we went in. We went in at Lee's Ferry, just below the Glen Canyon Dam. And Lake Powell, that's where we went into the river.
Because we met two hikers that were coming up from the bottom. They had been down there for a week, and they were the first of the group to come up. And of course, Jace was like, "Is that the group Casey's with?" And I'm like, "I don't know, pal. I don't think so."
He was fixated. That's awesome.
Well, my cousin earlier this year did a rim-to-rim hike. He went down, I think, the South Rim and came up the North Rim, or maybe vice versa. And that is a lot. That is and Nick, I know you did something similar. It's you walk down there with your pack on, and it's 25, 30 pounds of pack.
Yeah, that's what they were doing. The people that we ran into.
So while you were there, by the way, I was out of the country, but I know there were heat waves aplenty. What was the average temperature like?
Well, so for me
in the canyon.
So at the top, we were okay. I mean, it was hot. It was like here, but I didn't know this, but in the canyon, when they give the temperature, they're giving the temperature in the shade. So what they were saying was that it was 115 degrees at the bottom of the canyon. But the hikers that we ran into, they said it was about 130, 140, and that they had to sit in the water for 5 hours in order to protect themselves and not.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's like an oven. The thing, the way it's shaped and the way that those rocks heat up, it's like an oven.
So I know you were probably roughing it, right? You had lots of packs and you're crapping in a box and all that stuff.
Is that what you were doing?
I stayed at the nicest hotel there was to stay at that I could find.
That's hilarious.
Was it? But I'm interested. Was it that hot down there?
Yes, but you want to hear something crazy? Almost the whole time, I was wearing pants and a windbreaker jacket the entire time, because when I would get splashed with the water,
a heat stroke, right?
No, and there was only maybe a couple of times. There's only a couple of times where I was like, man, I'm a little hot, but then you would get splashed with some water, and then I was fine. I was insulated or whatever.
Dude, that's crazy.
Yeah, so we did a one-boat river trip. It was technically 14 of us on the boat, but 2 river guides and then 12 guests. So the 12 guests are all listening right now, so I got to say hi to them, because there were 6 family members that were from Connecticut. So that was Craig, that was Christina, that was Sean, that was Jack, that was Lisa, and that was Rachel. All right, so that was a whole family. And then my group, it was Evan. Evan is a huge fan of the show. What's up, Ev? So Evan and Jay, and then a guy named Kelly. Kelly's actually from Madison, Wisconsin. And then Kelly's son, Mason, and then Bob and myself and Dan.
So it seems like this is the second time you've done it, that it really is sort of almost like a sort of an internal sort of thing.
Oh, yeah.
You're getting away. You're completely unreachable.
You are unreachable. You have zero cell service.
And it's sort of like a walkabout in a way.
No doubt.
I'm curious why you did it a second time.
Because it is amazing. And I'm going to go a third time.
For the exact same thing?
The exact same thing.
See, I mean, there are other, great adventures you can find out there. And
go to the hotel Kathy stayed at.
Isn't it nice to be off the grid, though? When you don't even have the option. There's no way, and therefore you are resigned to not be able to contact anyone.
Yeah.
And they can't contact you.
Yeah, and just and I definitely missed my family and friends and all that. But, Press, it is such for me, an introspective week. It is a great week of team building, right? Because when we're doing this trip, you are working together as a team. You have to unload the boat, you have to load the boat, you have to set the camp up, you're cleaning dishes, and you're doing all this together. But there is isolation moments where you're just in there with your own thoughts and
hearing Jace calling to you.
But it is, I don't know, man. There's just something.
I get that.
Magical about it.
No, I get that.
But
I'm
there
just
are
saying
other
you could do another location and find another trip like that and experience a whole other, you know what I mean?
I agree with you.
I think it's cool that you're doing it. I'm just surprised that you didn't go
a river that has an active prostitute community.
Well, I don't want to do another river. I like the Colorado River. There's something about the rapids. The rapids don't have hydraulics, right? So if you fall out of the boat, chances are you're not going to get sucked down. It's just going to wash you out and you're going to be fine. So I felt safer on that boat. And by the way, our river guides, 2 badass women. You had Den, which is short for Denali, and then Maddie. These women were just ass kickers. And
Meryl Streep in that River movie, right?
Yeah. I mean, just absolutely just savages, and they were the best. So, and so it's just it's a really great week to just sort of, get in your head and
I'm very happy.
Clean it out.
Yeah, we were talking prior to this, and that's clearly sometimes, Preston, you went on your
Your walkabout?
Vision
My
Quest.
walkabout.
Yeah, your walkabout years ago.
Yellowstone. It was great. And I eventually want to do something similar again, something similar to what Casey's done.
And you do some hikes. There were a couple of hikes where, and again, it's like 112 degrees, Kath, and you're going up because you're all the way at the bottom. There's nowhere to go but up. And so that one hike that we went, it was like, it's basically just a staircase all the way up. And I was like, okay, I'm waiting for somebody to say they're not going to go on the hike, and I'll just hang with them. But everybody went, so I was like, I guess I'm going.
Guess I'm going up.
I guess I'm going. But I did it, and it was awesome. And I will do it again. I want to hear about
Steve.
I know.
I'm so excited.
Yes.
Steve took an actual vacation.
I took an actual vacation. I've never
And a
taken a
long
vacation.
one.
Yes, I'm not a big vacation guy. You know that. I'm a long weekend guy, and I'm not. My wife travels a lot, but I don't do these things. So this kind of has always been in the background. It was originally going to be a trip to Japan. Those are two things on my list that are on my bucket list, and the other was a river cruise in Europe. And it seemed like I had to make plans for these things well in advance. And at that time, I didn't know what was still closed and what COVID things might still be in place. And it seemed like the more sure bet would be the river thing. So it was funny because leading up to it, Preston, I'm sort of begrudgingly going, okay, we'll just do this. It's 12 days? 12 days? That seems like a long time. And I don't, am I going to get antsy and so on and so forth? So basically, I committed to it and got it in my mind that I was going to enjoy this. And it was a 12-day river cruise along the Danube with a company called Tauk. And you've seen like the Viking ads and things like that. You see the commercials all the time.
Yeah.
So
they look awesome.
You know what? It is awesome. It basically, you're traveling with your hotel. It's Kathy, you'd be very comfortable with these rooms.
Oh,
and
all right,
everything.
good.
And everything is meant to access your enjoyment. The beds in your suite, face out. There's French sliding doors, and you're seeing everything passing by. Obviously you leave the boat, but you fly into Prague, and then we traveled to the departure point, and you travel all along towns like Salzburg, Preston. I know you've been there as well. The Sound of Music, and Linz, and Vienna, and Bratislava.
That's gorgeous.
And Wishoven, and Engelhartsel, and so all of these places. So you're traveling Germany, the Czech Republic, Austria, and Hungary. You finish off in Budapest, which is for 2 days. But it's literally, you knock off all those things on your list, and they're handling everything. The excursions, all that stuff is all taken care of, and it's your wallet kind of stays in your pocket because you prepaid for it, and that's sort of the deal. But it was phenomenal. I'm part of the purpose of this whole trip too is I wanted to get good on my camera and take a lot of pictures, and every bit of this place along the way. It was phenomenal because you're in areas, by the way, that at one point were either under control of the Nazis and then inherited the Soviet Union to take care. The history there alone is amazing. And seeing the difference in the classic architecture of some of these places, as opposed to what the communists came in and set up these block, stark housing projects that are in direct contradiction to these gorgeous palaces and stuff like that. But it was a tremendous trip. You talk about Nick going off the grid.
Yeah.
I needed to have really no option.
Yeah. The best.
It was the only way to break me of my concern. Like, let me just go and do this. I know you can roll over quickly on that. I envy that with you, Preston. It takes being clubbed over the head for me to get that to happen.
I think that my favorite, leading up to this, you talked about it, and the thing that you were looking forward to, I don't know if it was the most, but having a hamburger on the deck as you were passing through Prague was one of the things that you wanted to do.
Right. It ended up being passing through Budapest.
Okay.
I had that burger.
How was it?
It was great. There are some things as with all civilization, it usually, and especially in Europe, all the major cities you'd want to see are formed along the river.
Yeah.
That's how they conducted commerce and everything, as you well know. Yeah. And what really prompted this was listening to my dad, who recorded hours and hours of his journal, and gave it to his sons. He just turned 95 while I was away, and the thing that one of his summations in his story of his life was, you need to travel. If you can do it, travel. It is so paramount and so important to living a life that you can look back at and say that was worth it. And so I took his advice, and this was worth it.
Good for you. There's a big world, and there's a lot to see. And I want to ask you a very shallow and superficial question. The women in Czechia look gorgeous. Did you see that?
Everywhere they were gorgeous. It was both Claire and I are turning to each other. First off, the women on average are 7 feet tall. And they all, you know, the image of the Czech Republic and Hungary and yes, and everybody, the way they go out during the day, the way we here would go out on a Friday night or go. So it's everyone is done up.
Yeah.
And you never see any, you know, I'm with stupid T-shirts. It's everyone's presenting. And very nice people, especially, you know, like in Hungary, as I said before, Buda and Pest. By the way, we spent the whole day, there's the 2 different cities, and I'm convinced we're in Buda. We were in Pest.
Wait, it's not one place, it's 2 places?
It's Budapest, but it's actually 2
It's like
cities.
Minneapolis, St. Paul.
Right, yeah, basically.
Oh.
And so, but yeah, Nick, to that point, and the guys are all absolutely, you know, the guy's 11 years old, and you would think he was 31. Yeah, it's amazing. I don't know, maybe it's river life, but they look phenomenal.
My best friend spent some time in Prague, Steve, and he just said it was astounding. Looking around, everybody was gorgeous.
Yeah. You're definitely impressed by that.
How about the flights to travel, that stuff?
So that was different. Out there was good. On the way back, first off, and this is my recommendation, if you're planning on flying Lufthansa, don't!
Oh, my God.
Frankfurt Airport. So coming in and routing through Frankfurt Airport. Actually, so what would you guys consider? What is the better way for a trip to play out? Travel issues on the way or travel issues on the way back?
I'd rather have travel issues on the way.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah, I want the end to be.
Get me home.
Yes, I've exhausted a lot of my patience, and while vacationing is relaxing, it's also very taxing. The travel part of it.
Yeah, but Steve's situation was he was traveling to a place that he was getting on another mode of transportation. So you are. So in your situation, I would prefer to have it on the way home
because in case you miss the boat or something like that. Well, that can be a real problem.
You can drive to the different stops.
Yeah,
where
because on my trip, the family, Craig and Christina and all those guys, they were coming from New York, and their flight was just straight up canceled. Do you know what they did? They drove to Chicago.
Wow.
They couldn't find a flight from there. They couldn't find a flight in New Jersey, New York.
Chicago!
Philadelphia, Baltimore, Pittsburgh, they had to drive to Chicago to fly to Vegas, and that was just to get out there. So to answer your question, Steve, I think on the way home, I would prefer that.
I would prefer the way Preston prefers it. Because you do want to get home. Kathy, would you rather have it happen at the beginning or at the end of the trip?
I feel like the end sucks anyway because it's like at the end of vacation. So why not just add a delayed flight to it?
Nick, are you in line with that?
No, I want beginning.
Okay.
Get it out of the way and then de-stress the rest of the
So
trip.
I agree with that. So I'd rather have it happen in the beginning. So flying back, Frankfurt Airport, by the way, is sprawling. I've never seen, there are more planes, more jets out on the tarmac. They do more tarmac
boarding?
Yeah, on the friggin' tarmac. That's how many jets are flying in from countries you didn't even know existed. So we're coming back. By the way, they had to cancel our flight from the original return date, which would have been Friday. We were all set to go. We're packed. We're there. We're sitting in our on the ship, ready to be shuttled over to the airport, which is List Airport in Budapest. And I just casually look at my text messages. At about 4:30 in the morning, Lufthansa texts us to let us know that the flight has been canceled. Just by happenstance, I look at this, and so okay, all right, we're all adjusted. We have to spend another day. So the next day, we depart from the airport and we head to Frankfurt. And oh my God, as I said before, you talk about that stress, Preston, you just want to get home. We go into the airport. We go through security. They've checked my passport. They've checked my tickets. on. Okay, what would you figure the next stop would be, right, Preston? If once you've gone through security in the airport, you've been passed, you've checked, you've got your ticket. What do you think is the next time you'll be asked to produce your passport and/or ticket?
At the gate?
No,
Right.
yeah.
Right. At the gate would make sense, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm.
We are in the airport. We've already gone through security.
Yeah.
I'm walking looking for a place to get a bagel or whatever, and all of a sudden we've got to go through a second security. I'm like, what? Well, what did the first security? Was that just a casual thing? By the way, the day before, eco-terrorists had gone onto the tarmac and glued their hands to the tarmac. Somehow, they get onto the tarmac, and I can't get to a bagel place inside. So we clear that place, and then we're going, okay, now we're heading towards the gate. And I'm sitting at the gate. I'm going, okay, we're here. We're good to go. And behind me, I see these two Lufthansa employees wheel out portable stands with computers on it. And so it's like that scene in Birds where the Birds where Tippi Hedren's sitting there and there's one crow behind her and there's a couple. And I'm like, what's going on? I casually keep turning around. I was like, okay. And then it is the Israelites fleeing the Pharaoh in the Ten Commandments. That's how long the line is. 2 lines. It's in the hallway this is happening. I'm like, what is this? And I go to the woman and I say, is this anything that we're involved with? Oh, no. And so, and I'm like, oh, this is too weird. There seem to be a lot of people that were sitting next to me are now in that line. Get up to the line. Oh, they're checking your documents. I'm like, well, the gate's right there.
Right.
Aren't you going to check us there again? I mean, aren't you going to? That's kind of the final step on. All you need to do now is we've passed 2 levels of security, and now you're simply going to see if we have a ticket to get on the right. We go up and they'll explain what to do. They check our passport and document on this line, which, by the way, bumps the departure of the flight, that much further. And then they do it again, I'm
That's 4 checks.
That's 4 checks. I'm like, I tell you what, guys, can I go with the waterboarding plan? Just get it all out of the way now. And it was the most insane amount. By my line of reckoning, once you pass that, you're on your way. So anyway, long story short, we're flying back. It's about an 8-hour flight. And halfway through the flight, I get diarrhea. And I'm like, I think it was the chicken dish that I had. I can't say categorically, but I'm an aisle guy because I like to go to the bathroom and not, disrupt other people when I'm doing that. So I was on the aisle. And, they should have many more bathrooms, I think, on your average commercial jet.
They should have like a diarrhea bathroom.
I think they should have
like
one.
a separate
yes.
one.
Express.
Yeah.
So I'm basically, my diarrhea it's basically becomes a fecal Christmas club where I'm trying to not spend as much time in there in deference to other people who are going to be using the same facility. But, the carts start coming out, the beverage carts. And if you've ever been stuck.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
The last thing I want to do is detonate on the other side of the soda wagon. And so I'm going back and forth, and that's a nightmare. And I'm like convulsing in my seat, and I'm a human Krakatoa sitting there. And that was horrific. Managed to pull that off as we're departing. I kid you not, the pilot, and I'll explain what happened during the landing in just a second, but the pilot says, by the way, now that we've landed, we asked the passengers not to use the bathroom. And I turned to my wife and I go, that has to be because of me. I must have gone.
You killed it.
I must have gone like 50 times and wrecked the Lufthansa flight bathroom. But here's what happened. I've had this happen once before, but you forget how wonderfully terrifying it is. We're coming into Philadelphia. We're landing. Okay, now you talk about that Preston. That's okay. We're finally here. Now we'll get back to our lives. Good.
Yeah.
The back wheel of the jet touch down. Everyone's going to getting their hands are already poised to do that. Right?
Yeah.
And then we hear, and it takes off again. The plane, the jet takes off again at a very steep incline. And everyone's like, what? And it's cranked up. And I'm wondering, were we about to collide with another jet? What the hell is the story?
Did he overrun the runway?
No. So it takes a little while because, when you're a passenger on a plane that's just aborted a landing, you really want some time to think about it before you find out what happened.
Did they make an announcement?
It comes on eventually, and I think we were the fourth language to get the thing. So I'm looking through my my Rosetta Stone to try to decipher what the first. And what happened was it was a heavy wind shear. You remember that time?
Oh, yeah.
So it's coming in from the side, and I guess the perception was you could land, but the wing could tip over. And so we loop back around, and hey, an interesting view that you probably don't get of Philadelphia. And I'm like, I don't care. I want to land. and we came back around and did it, but they gave us the explanation. But apparently, doing further investigation on it, there are less direct flights out of Philadelphia than, say, Newark.
Yeah.
Because Philadelphia has, in the aviation industry and overall, it's sort of hampered by shorter runways.
Oh,
I didn't know
So that is the big issue. So whereas in like New York, and this is what I was told, LaGuardia extended their runways out, into the river. The runways of Philadelphia's airport are apparently short and prove problematic for a lot of those flights. So, a lot of times people just simply go to Newark and leave there.
Yeah, Rochelle recently flew to where did she go? Went to Italy. Thank you. My wife's travel habits more than I do, and flew out of Newark.
Right,
because of that. Yeah,
direct flight. And to me, I'm a proponent. Give me that direct flight. I hate the layovers. It's annoying.
Yeah.
But is that crazy though? I mean, we had a really steep. I mean, you hear the back tires touch, and then that sound that you're supposed to hear, which is
yeah.
As they're throwing on the jets to slow you down.
Yep.
But that didn't happen. He gunned it, and we took off at a really steep angle.
How much time between the time where you took back off and then you actually landed?
I filled my
again?
seat with diarrhea. It was about 6 minutes.
Yeah, they circle around. That
circled around.
Same thing happened to me years ago, and the pilot came on right away, and he literally said, he went, "Oops, sorry, overran the runway."
Oh, really?
And we wrapped back around, and we landed, and it was fine.
Maybe if someone hadn't jammed up the toilet, we could have done it. But yeah, it was an eye opener.
Wow.
Yeah, have you ever heard that about Philadelphia?
No, that it has shorter runways.
Yeah,
I had no idea.
I remember at one point there was a plan, Steve, to elongate the runways, and like many things in Philadelphia, it started and stopped. And then they were going to shift the direction of the runways because there's that if you do like a puddle jumpers, there is that short runway if you're coming in, and so they were going to try to extend that literally out into the river. But that plan got shot down as well.
Well, Nick, I think that there are runways so they can use them in both directions because we often, this is what somebody has told me, is that the winds typically they'll be in one direction, but here for whatever reason in Philadelphia they switch a lot, and that's why the runways have to be in both directions.
But they were going to add a third for the length issue, Steve, and that never ended up happening.
Wow. No, I've never had that. I've never once had a touch and go thing. That would freak me out big time.
I had it years ago when I was doing stand-up, but I was a cavalier. I had no cats to return home to. So my cat's faces started flashing in my mind, and I'm like, oh, no.
By the way, a couple of texters were asking, who watched the cats?
Yes, my brother-in-law stays at the house, and because he's a contractor, we hire him to do work on the house.
Perfect.
So it worked out.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he comes by to pick us up. He's the nicest guy in the area. How is the flight? We were just, minutes off of almost dying. And I said, we'll talk about it later, John. We'll take a little time to live with this one.
But was your trip relaxing? Like, did you enjoy it?
It was great. I mean, honestly, I can't recommend it, more. And Tauka's a very good line. And what you really care about with these things are the excursions. So in each city you stop in, Budapest or the Opera House is a classic. It's used in many movies. The Prague is a gorgeous city. I mean, it's just unbelievable. Tons of opportunities, whether you're there to have a good time and party or historically, but you can feel walking around those cities, it's very casual, it's very comfortable. You don't feel that you're at any risk. Seems to be hardly any, if any, crime.
How about your fellow travelers? Did you hobnob and make friends?
There was nobbing and hobbing. Yeah, they're very nice. At a certain point, I thought for sure we were going to be the kids on the trip. There's some older folks, but no. There were a couple of kids actually on the trip, and younger people. I wouldn't say kids. We had all sorts of really nice people. They kept saying, "Oh, you're probably going to make fun of us on the air," because they found out what I did. And I said, "No, you've all actually behaved yourself. It's all good."
Did you have a favorite spot where you got off and explored?
I would have to say it finishes off strong with Budapest. Though Austria was amazing. Salzburg sounded.
Yeah.
I knew the Habsburgs were a powerful family throughout European history. I had no knowledge of how wide their sway was over multiple countries around the world. Did you have any idea?
No.
What a prominent family they were historically?
Yeah.
But Kathy, I mean, you cannot help but be blown away by all of these places that you're seeing because you've seen them so many times in movies and throughout history.
How many people are in this ship?
It was about, it can run with about 120. There was about 68, 70.
Oh, that's even better.
Wow,
Yeah.
nice.
Yeah.
So you could literally, you could go sit and read a book or listen to music by yourself on, part of the ship. There's, you know how those are. They're just these long river boats,
Did you do most of your sailing during the night? Or
sometimes at night, sometimes at day. If it benefited you to see what was, you're passing through a historical city, then they made sure that they got on the speaker system and described everything you were seeing. Right. And it was awesome.
When is your dad's birthday, by the way?
The 13th.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, this same day as my son?
I guess so, yeah.
I never knew that.
Any other interesting stories?
Nick?
Vacay, Nick, did you go anywhere interesting?
Yeah, I did, and I got a haircut.
Yes,
so
you
saw that? Got it all cut off.
I did, yeah. I got rid of the ponytail finally, and went to see my friends at Shaving Grace, and Katie did an awesome job, and I love those guys so much. I hadn't been in 3.5 years. The last time I got a haircut was February of 2020, yeah. So that was great and feels a million times better, and I'm really happy with how it turned out. But I went to Virginia. My brother lives in a little town called Stanton, and went to Shenandoah National Park, went camping there, which was
great
really
there.
cool. It was the Skyline Drive is unbelievable. Andrew and I have now been to 17 national parks together, which is pretty cool. I think I'm up to like 26 or 27 total. And took Ben to UVA. Checked out Charlottesville, which was awesome. Saw Miller's, where Dave Matthews used to work as a bartender, and had dinner there. So I paid my respects to Dave's old haunt. He's in town this weekend, by the way.
Yeah.
So it was mostly, Preston, a relaxing trip. It was a long drive down and a long drive back up, but it was worth it. It was really cool to spend time with family. And Shenandoah is so cool. It was 95 degrees walking around Charlottesville, hot as balls. And then we get up into Shenandoah, and it's like in between 2,500 and 3,500 feet, and it was like upper 70s. It was perfect camping weather. Even you could have done it, Kev.
Nice. And Marissa went biking across Canada.
I
How
did.
about that?
Well, it started in Lake Placid was our first stop. We left with 2 stops planned. Lake Placid to climb Whiteface Mountain, and then to see the Foo Fighters in Quebec City.
Wow.
And then everywhere else we just planned along the way.
Hey, was that a festival?
It was.
Okay.
It's called FEC Festival. It's been around for...
Spell it for me, please.
I believe it's
F-U.
F-E-K.
F-U. No.
The letter U.
It's really cool to be in a festival in like a whole nother country. And, it's like a Bonnaroo-esque kind of place. We saw Starcrawler, who played Camp Out for Hunger.
Yeah.
And I forget.
And there was a kid that knew Marissa from the Mike Portnoy drum-off video.
No.
Yes. So
What?
we're standing in the crowd in the middle of Quebec City. Thank goodness a lot of people do speak English. Matt and I tried our best to learn French along the way, and it was
Comical?
Very comical. He tried. I did not. We were just, chatting with people around us, and the kid started talking about how he loves drummers, and he said Mike Portnoy was one of his favorite drummers of all times. And I was like, my coworker played with Mike Portnoy. He's from our area. And I just started Googling, WMMR Mike Portnoy, and he saw the thumbnail of the YouTube video. He's like, I've watched that video like 20 times.
There you go. How cool is that?
12.
Oh my God, that's amazing.
I also have to say hello to, while we were driving, I was just flipping around radio stations, and I found a guy who was based in Montreal. His name is Bethel Butts. Bethel, it's not Bethel. And he met us at the festival. He's like, he was just playing. He had a You Call It Friday night. And so he was playing music, and I DM'd him, and I was like, hey, we're driving up from Philly on our way to the Foo Fighters. So he said hi to us on the radio, just, a few seconds later. And
we have some Americans.
very much, Steve.
Yeah.
It's very fun. He actually helped us get around in the festival grounds a little bit, and we hung out with him later on. But we found a lot of live music along the way, which was really cool. In fact, we were at a bar in Lake Placid, and we stayed late, and a bunch of counselors came in, and somebody got on stage and picked up a guitar and started playing. And, the person on stage was like, where are you two from? We were the only people in the crowd they didn't know. And we're like, Philly. And these two people turned around. They're like, we're from Bucks County.
Oh, wow.
I was like, oh, my God. So
Kathy?
if anybody out there has two kids who are teaching a camp in Lake Placid, your kids are doing great.
Oh, that's great.
But we had some great stops. We stopped in a beautiful place called Trois Rivieras that was having another festival, and found some great restaurants along the way.
Canada's
and
great.
Did some great mountain biking. Well, it was meant to be not mountain biking, but turned into mountain biking. And then we went into Portland and Bar Harbor and Bangor along the way too, on the way home.
Nice.
So we just kept making stops, and it was a lot of fun.
Wow. How many days were you on the road?
3.
I think from the 5th to this past Saturday.
Wow. So you went to Bar Harbor. Did you go to Acadia Park?
So I had texted Nick Elmy, who's from Maine, and I asked him for a lobster recommendation. And the place he recommended was so good that we were so full. We were like, we can't do a ride right now. So we just went to the beach, and then we ended up getting on the road and stopping in Portland for the evening, which is a really fun city. So there's a lot of places I want to stop back in Maine now. I'm actually putting together a travel blog right now that'll be on PrestonandSteve.com, because a whole bunch of people have reached out asking for restaurant recommendations and bike riding recommendations. So that'll all be up there.
Awesome.
Maine is awesome.
Yeah.
Maine is so
It is.
beautiful. It's
Yeah, I wanna go back.
every little town is gorgeous, and it's charming all over the place.
You had talked about going there this year.
Yeah,
right?
and this time around it didn't work out, but I also love Lake Placid. Right, so that's a cool trip.
A lot of hockey.
Yeah. Part of the reason why I like it.
All hockey.
Oh, by the way, the Czech Republic, by the way, too. Huge hockey.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Tons of, they just love
You didn't
hockey.
see Yager, did you?
No, I did not. Yeah.
I did while we were up there. I saw John LeClaire on TV while we were in Canada. I know.
Just like at the restaurant?
No. But I was like, oh, we're officially in Canada.
Thanks for
now that I'm
tuning in
seeing
to the variety show.
a Montreal Canadian.
One thing I forgot to mention, because I did have a birthday while I was in the Grand Canyon, and Nick, it was like, I couldn't have planned it any better. On July 4th, we did Havasu Creek, and like that, to me, that's the pinnacle of the river trip is getting to Havasu Falls, and it's just this beautiful oasis in the middle of the desert. So I did that, and then we did one of the biggest rapids on the river called Lava. And but really cool, this guy Evan, who's a fan of the show, when I woke up, you get up at 5 o'clock every morning, right? So I wake up in my cot.
You love that, Kathy.
Yeah, it was great. But he threw this thing on my chest. And I was like, what is this? And he got
It's a
me.
turd.
It was a sash. It was a sash.
Oh, really?
It was a birthday sash. It said birthday girl on it. And he had a cake. They had a card. Everybody signed the card. And they
That's
said,
awesome.
I actually almost cried when they sang happy birthday to me, because at that point I was like really missing my family. I'm like, was this the right decision to not be with my family on my birthday? And they all started singing, and I got a little bit choked up.
They brought all that stuff down with them, knowing that your birthday was going to be.
No, they make a cake. They cook out of a Dutch oven, which is amazing.
But you hold the blanket over your head when you fart.
Yeah, so Maddie was farting in this blanket, and boom, cake. No, so it was like a really great spice cake. But the sash, I don't know, it was like it's a tiny little thing.
It's a river sash. They keep them on all the boats.
But they thought ahead.
They did.
Because it was your birthday, and that's a
It
kind
was
gesture.
nice. It was nice. Yep.
All right, well, there you go. We had some time off. We had some stories to share, and we appreciate you listening. listening to said stories, and hopefully you either have had an awesome adventure this summer or you have one that's pending before the summer is up.
If you can do it, obviously not every young has the time off, but you owe it to yourself to take that break, you know?
Most definitely. And whether you go around the world or just hang around here, it's great to have some time off. So, all right, with that, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back in a moment. Don't forget, we do have a concert announcement coming up with music news and some other good things to get into. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve. On 93.3 WMMR.
That's a cheesesteak sandwich because
it's got cheesesteak material in it.
It is not a cheesesteak sandwich. It has cheesesteak. What makes it? It has cheese steak, but it does not. It's not a cheesesteak. In the classic, it's a cheesesteak egg roll. Cheesesteak egg roll.
I just want to point out to everyone, looking at Casey's body language, he's deadly serious about all this, right?
Well, it's dumb.
He's wrong.
It is a dumb conversation to have, and it's okay.
Okay.
It's a dumb. Listen, it's a cheesesteak. It's what is inside the roll that it's named after. It doesn't matter what you wrap it in. It doesn't matter,
And cut Nick some slack because he said really loose bowel movements for the past day or two. So.
He's not thinking right.
Yeah.
He's low on electrolytes.
Just had to visit down to the third floor.
Did you make a cheesesteak?
Well, no, but man, they got a nice bathroom down there.
Sony has recruited Zachary Levi to star in Sony's live-action adaptation of the classic children's book Harold and the Purple Crayon.
Did you ever read that book, or do your kids?
I don't remember it. I know the title,
So do I.
but I don't remember what it's about.
It was a staple in our household when Ben was 3 and 4 years old.
Okay. And I love Zachary Levi, man.
He's great.
He just seems like a guy I want to know.
We could absolutely hang with him. At least it seems that way.
Yeah.
I loved him in the show Chuck.
The story, published in 1955 and written by Crockett Johnson, tells the story of a 4-year-old who created worlds around him with his crayon.
He is the voice of Flynn Rider, correct?
He is.
Yeah. Which is a far superior movie, Tangled, than Frozen.
Yeah, I know you're a big proponent of that.
Casey's opinion.
Yeah. And I texted you guys about Flynn Rider last night.
I saw that, and by the way, I was looking at the cover of Herpel and the Perilled Crayon
And the hairy donut. Herpel and the hairy donut.
Hey, I know someone named Christine Herpel, by the way.
We do.
We do. She's working at NBC.
Not her first name, but
Herpel. It's not. It's Meeston Moidy.
Purple.
Herpel.
I love Purple. I mean,
I'll let you guys laugh that out, and then I'll
It's hard when it happens. So it's just there. And you got to get past it.
So anyway, yes, Nick had texted over something about the fact that the people have voted that Flynn Rider is the sexiest Disney character ever. According to who?
This guy, Kevin Sparrow, did a Twitter poll.
I just think he's
he did a Twitter poll.
Yeah.
Nipple piercing. Not piercing in general. Never has appealed to me. Appealed to me. I've never had a pierced ear, nothing, nose.
Pierre has both nipples pierced, right?
I think he does. Yeah.
Ooh,
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Wow.
I have 5 in my ears.
Do you really still?
Yeah. Well, I mean,
nipples?
I got 5 nipples. I got 3 nipples in the left ear, and 2 nipples in the right ear.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, I can stick earrings through them right now if I wanted to.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. It didn't look right. I tried. I was in alt radio, and and every time I looked in the mirror, I'm like, I don't look like an earring guy. Yeah.
I had my nipple pierced.
No, shut up.
Are you kidding? Miss Needle Phobic?
How long have we known you? We
Happy birthday, Preston!
Thank you. Birthday present for Kathy Romano.
Birthday miracle!
Revealed that she had her nipple pierced.
I still don't believe
smiling. She was smiling when I brought this up. She looked at me holding up her hand, meaning I have something to say, and you had this bizarre look on your face.
Wow.
Oh my
Look
God.
at Steve. Steve
can't even
perplexed.
speak.
No,
doesn't know what to
this
do.
makes sense, though, because sometimes I'll see Kathy walking around, and she'll have a kettlebell suspended from her crotch. And I'm like, what's that?
Okay, so
What's that attached to? And she has another piercing.
let's unpack this here for a moment.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I can explain.
number 1, you're deathly afraid of needles, anything that has to do with that. Number 2, you're so pristine when it comes to anything.
She
that
has a
has
perfect vagina.
to do well. But by pristine, I mean
No
what's
tattoos, yeah.
Unblemished.
and also
Unblemished,
no touching any even remotely
Yucky
sexual areas, naughty areas of the body.
Well, you've been scarred by your mother.
Let me sit down here.
Okay, sit down and I'll tell you the
'Cause I wanna
story.
hear
There's got to be a catch
Casey,
here.
fan him. Fan him.
Please.
There's a catch here. There's got to be a catch.
All right. How long ago?
Okay, so
Last week.
no, let me think about this. Okay, I think it was college. Yeah, I was in college.
It had to be.
Somebody had to have been kidnapped, and like this was the only way to get them released.
Well, I was trying to think if it was after college, but it wasn't.
Like a spring break thing?
No, so it was in college. I had a very good friend from high school, turned stripper, she was getting things pierced.
Okay.
And so and by the way, she hid from me that she was a stripper for a long time. So I didn't know she was a stripper, but she was. Anyway, so she was going to get something pierced. Now, I grew up, my mom always taught me, do not get a tattoo. In 10 years, you're not going to like it. You're going to pick something today and you're never going to like it. And so that stuck with me. What she was okay with, now I don't think she knew I got my nipple pierced, but what she was okay with was piercings because you could always take them out.
Right. They grow back,
yeah. So I had piercings all the way up my ear, in the cartilage, all of that.
Yeah.
I had my belly button pierced. And
I didn't know that either.
So at this point, then there was like, well, what else do I get pierced? My friend was going to get a piercing. I forget which. She was getting her nose done. I didn't want to get my nose done because I have terrible allergies. I'm like, that thing's gonna go flying when I blow my nose. So we were just there, and she was like, just do it, just do it. So she basically convinced me, and I was like, I don't know if I can do this. Was
it a dude who did it?
It was a guy who did it. We went to like a place we were in New Hope, so it was like a piercing place. It wasn't like some corner store. I felt comfortable. It was very like doctor-esque.
Right.
The room was set up. So I did it. I got my nipple pierced.
You were drinking beers?
No, listen. It was terrible. It was an awful, awful experience. My body rejected it.
Oh.
It never healed ever. It was like a massive infection.
Wow.
And my boyfriend at the time was he was finally like, what are you doing? Just take it out. It's not gonna, because I thought I went through all of this.
Yeah.
Like I had a needle go through my nipple. Like, help me here. So I didn't want to take it out because I went through all of that. It was terrible. It was terrible pain when he did it. Afterwards, it was awful. So I did not have it very long, and I ended up taking it out.
Was the intention to get both of them done initially, and then you stopped after one? No,
Just
you just want to
one?
get
I was
one.
just getting one.
You
and
seem more like a completist.
See what
Was it
happened.
A stud,
It was a ring.
It was a ring?
Yeah.
Ring.
Okay.
It was a ring. You
All
had,
right.
but I mean, it was terrible. It was so bad. It was so infected. I had to put like a gauze pad in my bra because it was infected, and no, it was disgusting. It was awful. Yeah.
So that's horrible. That's disgusting.
Awful.
I have to imagine, did you at least become woozy during any of these piercings when you're as needle phobic as you are?
So the thing with needles and me is if I can't look at it. That's every time I have passed out because of it. I watched it. So I watched Jace getting stitches. I watched the needle go through his chin.
Right.
I saw the skin pull,
Right.
and I was like, that was it. I was out. So each time I was watching it. So this obviously I didn't watch. I closed my eyes, turned my head, held my stripper friend's hand,
Held
and
your nipple out.
put my nipple out, and there we go.
That was it.
And do you have scarring to this day from
So
it?
yes, there's like a tiny. You wouldn't know. Here, I'll show you. Come here.
Come on. Let us decide.
So
we'll try to pick the one out.
When
You wouldn't know. It is a tiny little spot. Yes, I can see it. It's on one side, but if you guys were sucking on my nipples, you would never know.
If we're sucking on your nipples.
Well, leave it to Kathy to make a story like that unsexy.
Wow. So I don't know. It was pretty sexy.
It started off sexy, and then the infection and the gauze.
Yes.
How many
ruined
days or
it.
weeks did it last?
It was in a couple of weeks. Like I said, I tried. I went back to the guy. He was like, here, gave me, cleaning and this and that and whatever. And it just literally my body was rejecting it.
Is that why your nipple whistles now and then?
Every once in a while.
Did your mom find out about this right now as well?
Probably. Yeah, I think she probably found out
She's
now.
on the roof ready to swan dive into the parking lot.
So how long total do you think you actually had it in?
Nick, probably like maybe like a month or something, and it just was not getting better.
And always painful all the time.
It was so painful the entire time. It never healed. It was always painful.
Did removing it hurt, or was it
yes.
really? Oh, really?
No, hurt. And I remember too. I was in the bathroom at my boyfriend's house in college. You know, it hurt so bad. No, you know, like college bathrooms was disgusting. It was so gross. And I was up there with my friend, and she was like, "That's it. We're taking it out." And we just, because remember the old pierce, or what they used to use. I don't know what they use now, but it had little balls on the end, so you had to screw the ball off so that you could take the hoop off.
Yep.
So it was like the whole thing was just painful. It was awful.
Oh my God. All right. So the actual act of having it pierced, because I couldn't do it. It just seems like it would be so painful.
It was awful. It was so painful.
What did they use, like ice? Or
people who say like, oh no, it wasn't that bad. No, it was bad.
It's one of the more sensitive spots on your body.
Yeah.
I mean, you know.
Yeah.
Everything.
Yeah.
So sensitive.
Well, and listen, here's the thing. Oh God, here's more info.
My vaginal piercing.
No, I never did that. But I don't have very. Well, I can't believe I'm saying. I don't have very sensitive nipples, so I thought, oh, okay, I can do this.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I'm not like the girls who are super sensitive and are always nipping through their shirts.
I've got tough as leather nipples.
Yeah, not so much.
So
not
when
true.
when it was happening, did they get like browner or pinker or?
I hate you.
Somebody says call the guy in New Hope. He'll be able to answer the question.
But I will say, they would take pictures of all of their piercings, and I was like, oh hell no! I was like, you cannot have a picture of my boob.
I am floored right now.
I am too, man.
So floored.
Well, we all remember Marissa's tongue piercing.
Yeah.
Remember when she removed that manually at home.
I used to have the audio.
The audio of that bit getting clipped off. Now that. When you initially got that piercing done, Marissa, how could that not hurt?
Because I was on spring break and it didn't matter.
All right.
But did I ever tell you guys a story about when I came home and my mom saw it?
No.
So it was Easter dinner. At first, I should say, as soon as I sat up, as soon as I got a pierce, I sat up and I went, ugh. My mom's gonna know I feel my tongue pierced because my tongue just swelled up and I couldn't eat for a few days. So it was Easter dinner. We're all sitting around the table, like an Italian table. So we're talking and laughing like 2 hours after dinner. And at one point, I just opened my mouth really wide to laugh at something, and the whole table's laughing, and my mom just stops.
Oh, daggers!
And she goes, "What's that?" And the entire rest of the table starts cracking up laughing because they have saw it hours ago. You know, my mom was probably cooking dinner and she didn't notice. So my mom collects herself for a minute and she goes, okay, all right, and starts laughing with it. And then she goes, well, at least I knew about the other one. And everybody laughs more. My dad goes, wait, what other one?
Before I do my intro, can you hear me, Amy?
Yeah.
She's here! Amy.
Oh my God, I'm sorry.
All right, well, no, it's all right. I like to always to do a nice big intro, so let me do that now. Ladies and gentlemen, from Evanescence, it's Amy.
Hi, guys. What a nice intro.
How are you?
Good. Thanks for having me.
Oh, are you kidding me? It's great. Listen, we had just played Better Without You. Leading right into this, and of course, it's on the album The Bitter Truth, which is finally out. And I wanted to ask you about that because you were talking about this album. I mean, was it done already, like in 2019? I mean, in the can and ready to go or close to it?
No, not at all.
Oh, okay.
We really wrote most of it last year. Yeah, during everything.
All right, then I had read that you had asked, you wanted people to hear it at that point, so I read something incorrect. Oddly enough, there was some misinformation that I found on the web.
Weird.
Yeah.
Well, we started it a while back. You know, we'd been working in bits and pieces through 2019 in between tours.
WMMR.
Steve sent me an interesting article, and I was curious if you guys are aware that the latest Bachelorette Mecca has become Cape May, New Jersey.
No kidding.
It has become an unlikely hotspot.
Bachelorette parties?
For Bachelorette parties.
What?
Yes.
It's in the Inquirer today.
I mean, I believe it. I love Cape May. It's a great little spot.
I mean, I just did a girls' weekend in June, and we went out in Cape May, and there were spots that I always think of Cape May as a family town and, kind of like relaxing, but we went to a place in Congress Hall that I couldn't believe was there. I had no idea.
Yeah.
In the basement?
Yeah, the brown room.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my God.
Love that spot.
That was a party spot for sure.
Yeah.
When did this happen?
What way? Like
room.
Dance club or what?
Yes, there was
Like Caligula.
It almost reminded me of, I don't know if this is going way back, but do you guys remember Rex's in Westchester? They used to have live music. It was just this like grungy feel, and it's sort of like, what Congress Hall is. I mean, it's absolutely beautiful.
Yeah.
It was almost like a separate community. You would be upstairs and, there's people in suits asking you if you need help, where you're going. Then you go downstairs, it's this like all brick room that was, jam packed. You could hardly get up to the bar to get a drink, and there was a live band playing.
Casey, it's both. It's the brown room and the boiler room. There's two different rooms. Yeah. And
Yeah,
Congress Hall's awesome.
Wow.
It's a little dungeony slash like wine cellar-y.
Okay.
But yeah.
I like cellar.
But it's not dingy. It's nice.
Oh no,
Yeah.
it was nice, but I mean it was just like a sweaty mess party. So I could easily, on our girls' weekend, that's where we went. I could easily see bachelorette parties going.
In this article, it states, in recent years, groups of women have increasingly descended on Cape May's beaches and bars, often carrying male genitalia-centric paraphernalia.
We need to open up a shop down there.
They pull up around town in jitneys, golf carts, trolleys, Ubers, limos. A range of companies cater to their needs, peddling everything from luxury picnics to private vegan chefs to liquid IVs.
Isn't that what happened with Nashville? Nashville became the bachelorette place.
And since founding Crash the Cape last year, Midgarden said the bachelorette market is exploding there.
Actually, when I was there, a whole group of girls got out of these large SUVs, obviously, some sort of driving service, and they were all in sequin outfits, all different colors. And then, of course, the bride was in white, but they were a bachelorette party coming into party.
Yeah. Nearly 250 bachelorette groups have planned trips to Cape May this year through Bach.
Yeah.
A bachelorette party planning app.
Come on.
Bach.
Yeah.
According to CEO Mike Petrakis. And it says here that many more visit Cape May
Mike.
without using the app. He expects the final number to be 10 to 20% higher this year than last, a particularly notable spike considering there were so many weddings last year.
If you're a single dude, then
Right?
that should be your destination, right?
Does it seem to you guys like bachelor parties have become less a thing and bachelorette
Yes,
parties?
Right?
absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
The day of the stag party and this big thing with the strip club or No, and what they're saying, Nick, is monetarily, the bachelorette parties of this nature generate far more revenue.
That's got to suck.
Yeah.
They're so expensive.
It's so funny because it depends on what age you are, too, because it used to be, dude, there's a bachelorette party over there. Now it's like, oh, my God, there's a bachelorette
So
party.
I hope they're not too loud.
You know what, too, I think has shifted, at least from when, I got married and all my friends got married, was the female, the bachelorette party was usually local or to the shore or, into Atlantic City. Like
Not destination.
And then the guys would get on a plane and go fly somewhere crazy. Now,
Where the whores at?
But now I feel like it's sort of switched. Like I'm seeing more people, more the bachelor parties staying around and the girls taking off.
Kathy, you know where one of the biggest bachelorette party destinations is?
Where?
Nashville.
Oh, yeah.
Jinx.
28,000 parties on Bach.
Yeah.
And in Scottsdale, 11,000 parties on Bach.
It looks so good here.
So Cape May's only at like 250, and that doesn't even touch like Atlantic City had 700 parties through that.
Still, though, for a town that a lot of people would describe as small, I wouldn't say lazy, sort of, right? I mean, quiet,
it's laid back.
Laid back, yeah.
I hate to ruin the joke, but is it back or batch?
BACH. It's probably batch.
Okay.
Yeah.
We can still do
But
that.
it's spelled like Bach.
Yes.
Johann Sebastian.
In 2000, I think it was 19, it was before COVID, I planned one of my best friend's bachelorette parties to Nashville, and it was a blast.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it is a great town, a great city to visit. I mean, if you want to party, there's music everywhere.
What did that dude say to you?
I know. I forget. I gotta ask her.
A classic pickup line.
She would remember. Yeah, I turned around and he had gold teeth, and I was scared and I yelled and ran away.
Gold teeth, huh?
But that
looks nice.
And you know what? A place like that is constant party. From the second you wake up and you walk out of your hotel, like Broadway is just it's bumping right at the beginning of the day, and it goes through the evening.
But Cape May's got like a lot of great little spots. It's not just, like Washington Square, whatever that is, or Beach Road. If you go off, like, there's a couple of vineyards that you can go to, like the Willow Creek Winery.
Yeah, so that's mentioned in this article.
is it?
So,
Okay.
yeah, there's it says local businesses have noticed too. The captain of Tiny Cruise Line, a BYOB cruise,
That's me.
has found himself
I'm the captain.
piloting nearly nonstop bachelorette parties on Saturdays.
Put on this tiny life preserve. Put it over your hand.
Well, the girls have to love that, this tiny little guy driving around.
My friend and I biked to the winery from Cape May, so we didn't have to drive. I mean, we were on bikes. I don't know if that was all
You
right.
can get a
but-
BUI. I've heard of that down the shore.
I have heard of it too, but we were okay.
They have
We only had a few sips, guys.
day sipper tours.
Day sipper.
Which shuttles groups to local wineries and distilleries.
day sipper tour.
In a time.
I just started about a day sipping the day away.
Just sip a day away.
Sipping it all the day away. It's okay, I'm on a bicycle.
Be careful now, ma'am.
Oh, I'm fine.
What are you
That's
doing?
a woman?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's sipping the day away.
Sipping the day away.
Yeah.
I just got off my bicycle seat and I heard a.
The day sipper.
Gone the whole way. I didn't realize I was actually part of the bike.
So
Just sipping.
So the day sipper story.
It's a Beatles song.
Sipping. That's it. It's like Norwegian wood.
Oh, a day tripper.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Okay, I think their phrase should be sipping the day away.
Sipping the day away.
But their theme song should be Day Sipper, Day Tripper, a parody of the Beatles.
You know how it goes.
Sir, because it reads my book.
We don't have Day Tripper?
Unless it's 2 words.
You gotta be kidding me. Yeah, it is
took
2
me
words.
years. Just look at the Beatles.
Okay, yeah. I had it as 1 word. My bad.
All right. So anyhow, yeah. So Day Sippers tours, which virtues to Cape May, lots of restaurants, Victorian homes for the historically inclined, a few late night bars for the drinkers, beauty, beach, chill vibes, wineries, and cruises on offer.
You guys been to a beach plum farm in Cape May?
Yeah, I had breakfast here.
Yeah,
I
it's
have not
great.
been to Cape May in decades.
Steve, it's your jam. Like that
It is.
That's of all the beach towns, I would think Cape May be the one you would like the most.
Everyone raves me now that I know that I can be a day sipper. Yeah, I should check it out.
So besides,
you know, that's the boys Ringo, Jumbo, and Peter.
Jumbo?
Yeah,
what?
Ringo, Jumbo, and Peter.
John Bo.
John Bo
Peter.
and Peter?
Yeah,
He's not in the pair.
So
I'm playing my Knickerbocker.
Scottsdale, Arizona is apparently
That's where Kathy's hair looks good.
a big location.
It does. My hair looks great in Scottsdale.
Were you in Scottsdale? Will? You're in Sedona,
I was, yes, we were
which
in
is near there, right?
We
Isn't
were
it?
in Scottsdale as well. Yeah, I think it was like 2 hours.
Do you remember when Jace was concerned about Casey?
Yeah. How long were you in Scottsdale?
3 days?
Did you sip it all during the day?
Of course I was sick.
Okay.
She's a day sipper.
Day sipper!
We stayed in the pool from 10 a.m. until 10 p.m. because it was so hot. There was nothing else to
It's
do.
90 at night, right? Like it's.
Oh, it was like it felt like somebody had a hair dryer and they were blowing it into my face and not pulling it away to give me any relief.
Wow.
That's what it felt like.
I think they said
in the pool was fine.
They're setting a record for number of days over 110.
Yes.
Not over
Jeez,
100,
yeah.
over 110.
Yeah.
It's
crazy.
It's nuts.
Going back to the Bachelorette party, I want to go to Taylor here real quick. Taylor, good morning.
Hey, bitches.
Hey, what? What's up, Taylor?
Hey. So, long-time listener, first-time caller.
Oh, welcome.
I'm so excited to finally get through. So I wanted to talk about, not Cape May. I think the Poconos is actually, like, the big place for bachelorette parties. I went back in May for mine, and we went to a bar up there, Lake Harmony specifically.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
That's where we went. So we went to Shenanigans.
Yeah.
So we went up there. I was like the first one in, I think, and we were just sitting. We ate dinner first. We were there for karaoke night.
Yeah.
So we went in, and then like all of a sudden there was like one bachelorette party, and it was like the country theme. So it was a girl in like a cowboy hat, all that stuff. So then probably like 5 minutes later, I don't know, there's another one that comes in.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, okay. I was like, there's no way there's going to be three of us. So there's another party that comes in, and I'm like looking at my bridesmaids and stuff like that. I'm like, there's no way. And then probably like 10 or 15 minutes later, there's another party that comes in.
So Taylor, you just figured this would be a unique place to go have your bachelor party. You had no idea it was sort of a bachelor party mecca.
Yeah, exactly. I went, like, I'm not a party person, so, like, me and my girls, we literally would have, like, a reading time in the beginning of the day. We weren't out. Like, all night or anything.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I thought it was going to be relaxing because, it's up in the mountains. It's, like, it's out of nowhere. And I'm from New Jersey, so, like, and I've never been there before.
Yeah, it's great.
So it was really nice and stuff, but I went up there thinking it would be, like, a nice, relaxing thing.
Yeah.
And then there's all these parties coming in, hooting and hollering, like, yeah, we're here to party, like, give me some shots, like, all this stuff.
You know what I bet would be a good location? Because we just had the Cardboard Classic for the first time at Montage Mountain. That town, that would support, and that facility would support a bachelor party environment nicely, I think, right? I mean, in general.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I would assume it was. I didn't get to go to the Cardboard Classic this year. I wanted to, but I didn't get to go.
It's not lakey,
but
though.
I've heard.
Yeah, that's the
I'm
only thing.
sorry?
Did you guys spend any time on the lake?
No, we actually didn't get to. We were going to go rafting, but we actually didn't get to. So,
Did you go day
we were up there.
Yeah. After a certain point, I mean, but Kathy points out it is from, and articles and things I've seen that address this culture, that it's from the time you wake up till nighttime. You are around the clock.
Yeah, well,
partying.
you remember there was a trend with the bachelor parties for a while. We had the guys on. I think it was either like a movie or a book, but remember it was like some sort of beer Olympics. And then
That sounds familiar.
They would take it. The guys
that and
would
David
take
Faustino.
Kath, I remember that there was at one point they were like blindfolded and they had to like
find the beers
Yes.
and chug them. And,
Yep.
So bachelor parties were doing that in the Poconos. Like probably 10 years ago or so.
I think. Do you think that bachelorette parties are more organized and structured for maximum enjoyment, whereas a lot of times there's just sort of. I mean, my bachelor party was I was with my brothers-in-law and we went bowling.
Yeah.
I had no, as a non-drinker, I wasn't going to get,
I mean, I think it depends on, the person planning it. But of course, like I made an itinerary when we went to Nashville. Like people knew.
We went to see Tori Amos.
Did you see dongs at all? Did you guys do the male stripper thing?
We didn't do the male stripper thing, but we did do the tractor, like instead of like the bicycles that go around the city and
the movable bar.
The movable bar.
Yeah.
We did it was like a John Deere tractor, and it pulled us around the town. And then there were Casey, the strippers who had to be dressed because they were outside would like jump on the side of the tractor.
Okay.
And, like,
Isn't there a male stripper there that keeps a bullet tucked under his nuts?
No, that was a guy in the bizarre file. That was a different story. Did you guys have all the phallic accoutrement with you?
You know what? It was a little bit of a classier bachelorette party. No, I don't
Just
think.
kielbasa's.
No, I don't think we didn't have anything like that. But I mean, we had because there were 18 of us that went. So we all traveled in. We had like little welcome packages in each of the hotel rooms. We had, I contacted a company out there that actually went like shopping for us and got like alcohol and drinks and decorated the room. So when the bride showed up, everything was decorated. Yeah, it was cool.
See, that's a lot more planning than I think would go into. There have obviously been some legendarily meticulous bachelor parties, but it seems to me on the whole, there's a lot more planning that goes into a bachelor.
I think more bachelor parties now are guys doing a golf weekend,
Right.
or going to a travel sports event, going to a Phillies game in another city or
Sesame
something like
Place.
that, or Sesame Place. I don't know. It doesn't seem like the go out and get crazy. I mean, I'm sure everybody they're drinking and having a good time, but I think the ladies have taken over.
Well, and you know what? Also,
as
with,
far as like the noisy, outrageous
You get your
party thing.
STD checklist.
well, I'll tell you, this one was, we were all a little bit older. So I think the reason we had so many people go, it was basically like 90% moms. And so we were like, we're thinking about planning. And I'll be there.
Let's go out of
I'll
town.
be there. When?
Yeah,
I don't care where you're going. I'm there.
Like everyone was there.
But there were 18 of you?
18 of
That's
us.
a large.
Jeez, that's huge.
That's too many people to
But
travel
you know
with.
what? It
You
was
need to be in Nashville on this weekend and watch Human Centipede before you get there.
Nick, you know what? It was awesome. And it was because I planned it out. So I planned it out very well that I literally gave them an itinerary and was like, look, this is where the bride's going to be. If you want to join us, fine.
Yeah.
If you want to go out on your own, that's fine too.
You could open a business.
You should.
I sent that after we talked about it when I came back from that trip, and I got so many emails. I sent the exact same itinerary to like different bachelorette
Oh, good
parties.
call.
And,
Ooh,
yeah.
Bachelorette activities.
You could call your company Bach.
Yeah.
Well, by the way, if you do have a bachelorette event coming up, they're saying Cape May is kind of a rising star in a destination. It's not too far away. There's some cool stuff for you to do there. It's a beautiful town.
Do you think we could make one Bala a bachelorette party destination?
We worked hard enough.
We have a very active basketball court in the parking lot.
Yeah.
Be
I'm
careful.
going to get shot.
You might get killed.
All right. Well, listen, I want us to take a break. But speaking of parties and ladies and all that type of thing, I have a pair of VIP passes to join Sarah and Marissa for an MMRBQ ticket raid and ladies' night at Club Risque in Philly. And it's this Thursday, the 20th, from 9 to 11 p.m. And our VIPs get a guaranteed pair of physical MMRBQ tickets. And the MMRB is going to be on site to give away tickets every 15 minutes as well. All ladies at night get free admission to Club Risque, and your first drink is free. The first 30 ladies get a pair of limited edition collectible Preston and Steve boy shorts if you go to the event. But I have the VIP passes, and I will give them to callers 10 and 11 at 215-263-WMMR. So it's this Thursday night at Club Risque in Philly.
Did Greg do the graphic that we're seeing up on the screen here? Because those are very risque appropriate pictures of Marissa and Sarah.
They look, they have a come hither look about them in those photos. So I'm not really sure, Steve, but we'll take those callers and we'll set you up, and we'll come back in a moment. We got some B-File stories to share. Stay there.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
All over the country, and now we have a member who lives in Germany, Jen, who we've been away from since before the pandemic. She's been with us remotely on this thing since the first 4 songs, but we made it happen. We really did.
It's such a
Can't believe it. Hallelujah.
No, it's very cool, and honestly, the entire world has gone through a maelstrom of stuff. Obviously with the COVID and all that stuff, and then you guys have also, all of you at some level, been dealing with personal crises, and here you are at this end of it, releasing music into the world, connecting with people and what you love doing. Is there just a big sigh of relief now that it's out there? I can't imagine what that process is like and what you're currently experiencing.
It feels so good.
Yeah.
It really does. And for us, it's not something we do every other year. It's something that is, it comes out when it happens, when the inspiration hits and the time is right and everything lines up and we know what we want to do. So more than ever, it feels like a very special occasion for us. And, like you said, having so much to get off of our chest personally and just feeling connected, with the rest of the world in this time of the last couple of years, just strain and loss and frustration. It feels so good to be in a rock band.
Yeah.
pour all that out into the music. I can't tell you how good it feels. And now, I'm such a, I don't know, detail critic, always hearing all the little things I want to chip away and change. To finally have it done and not be listening to that anymore and just to listen in my car and enjoy it, it feels really, really good.
Okay, I wanted to ask about that in particular. So, and I would imagine all artists, musicians, maybe not all, but some go through this where you have this final product, you're very proud of it. It's sat for a little while, it's sunken in. Do you go back and go, man, I wish we would have done that. I wish I would have added this harmony. I wish I would have tweaked this and that. Are you okay with, or is that just natural?
That hasn't happened yet.
Okay.
I don't think that about the new stuff. It's funny. I'm hearing so many little things when there's still the chance to change it. I'm hearing this and that and this and I don't know and maybe this and one more of this and we need more background vocals and all that. But then once it's done, finally stepping away, I'm like, I don't even remember all the details I was honing in on anymore. It just sounds great.
Yeah, you know what, and that's why I would be a lousy producer or anything in that position because you constantly want to be changing and tweaking and doing this and that. You had Nick Raskuletis as your producer, one of the best rock guy that there is to it. And,
yes.
And does he tell me about your working with him and what that experience is like?
He's the best. He's incredible. And that's part of what makes that happen. He's very much in on the details like I am. We work really well together. We don't always have the exact same idea. It's good to have somebody who has different ideas and goes, hey, maybe you should try this one other thing. But really, it's so good to have somebody that you really trust who can say, when you're like, what's better, A or B? Like right. This take or that one, or like for me to go up here or go down here. Somebody who's just like a good sounding board of like, dude, it sounds great when you do it, when you go up. Let's go for that.
You got to have that. All right. I also wanted to ask, Steve had mentioned the fact that there's a lot there's a lot of message you're getting across with this music. There's a lot of things happening. You mentioned a lot of tragedy. There's some good things too, but I wanted to ask you on a personal note. When I will sometimes listen to songs for years and have no idea what the artist was the message that they were trying to get through in this song. Now, I may love the melody and the harmonies and the rhythm and all that stuff, and I like the song, but don't really know what it's about.
Sure.
How do you feel about that? When you've poured emotion, you've written these lyrics, you're getting across a very specific theme that you want, and people don't get it. Is that okay?
It's totally okay.
Okay.
Honestly, I write in a way that is very cathartic for me. And in some of these songs, I hear what I'm saying, and I'm like, there's no way anybody can hear this other than exactly what I mean. But there is. And something that's really beautiful about art and music is when people can take it and apply it to their own life, for their own particular personal experience, what they're going through, and let it be that for them. I think that's a beautiful thing. And it's funny because I want to break down and explain as much as I can about our lyrics, but there's another part of me that doesn't, because it's sort of better when you see what it turns into for somebody else. It's kind of more powerful that way. I've had songs that totally moved me, and I didn't know that they were about something for many, many years. I was like, oh, that's what that was about?
Yeah.
But therein lies the beauty of the subjective nature of music. But there's something, and I wonder if you agree with this, and I think it might in some way speak to why vinyl has become more popular again. Having album cover art and having an artist, I used to use, when I would listen to music and listen to an album, an actual record, I would look at the art, and a lot of times you had additional messages being conveyed through that.
Yes.
Is that something you remember fondly? And yeah, that's a cool thing, right? We don't have that anymore, really. Yeah.
That's always. Yeah, we do. I do that.
Yeah, I know you do. Yeah.
Yeah, because I feel like that's what's so cool is you can have there are so many different ways to express yourself, and to make an image kind of have a deeper impact. That's why music videos are so cool, dude. We actually just filmed our Better Without You video. It's going to be so cool. In Minneapolis, actually, we road tripped it. I drove 13 hours in a car with Troy and my girl Beth.
Wow.
It was really fun. Got cheese curds and everything. Anyway. when you can take, something and go, okay, here's a visual also that sort of feels like the world that this is living in. I don't know. That is a huge part of it, whether it's album artwork or whatever.
Yeah.
And we do that. We almost always have some sort of like animal or insect or something that's like our secret spirit animal that goes with the music for each era. This one's a nautilus. And to me, that spiral shape has always been like some kind of a symbol of like eternity, like it keeps going until you can't see it anymore. And
Right.
It makes me think about the future and the past and the soul and like the depths of things. So it just fits. And it's like, it doesn't have to be that anybody really knows that explanation, but it feels that way to me. So maybe it'll feel like that to somebody else on a subconscious level.
Cool.
Amy Lee, I was actually having a discussion over the weekend, and your name was brought up as well as Taylor Momsen, Lizzie Hale, and Dorothy. And it was because we were watching the pregame for the NCAA Final Four, and they had a giant Miley Cyrus concert. Now, so I don't want to knock Miley Cyrus at all, but she was, for the masses, the female representation of rock music. And I was, and I listened to her album, and I like it.
He likes her a lot.
And I do. And so that's why I'm saying I'm not knocking Miley, but I was like,
right.
I was a little bit perplexed on why they're having her represent rock and roll when she is not classically known as a rock artist. And I thought, man, Amy Lee would have been perfect for this. Lizzie Hale would have been perfect. Taylor Momsen, Dorothy.
Yeah.
There had so many, other, I thought, better representations of rock music. And I wasn't sure what your thoughts were on her being a rock act now. And I'm not asking you to knock anything either.
Yeah, and again, without knocking her with you, I'm with you on that. I feel like it has to do with the people in place that are putting those kind of productions together. They need to hire you guys. They need if there's a place where rock music is going to be represented. There's so much rock music with millions of fans. Like, rock is no way dead. Like,
right.
It is full alive. But we need people in the positions of power and placement to recognize and tap into that rock world instead of always trying to make it, well, what'll just get the most people, that have heard this name before or whatever to care about it. That just feels a little bit like a
manufactured,
a business move, a corporate.
Yeah. No, that's exactly
how do we
it.
get the numbers.
Yeah.
That's always frustrating. It's cool to be the underdog, but
Right.
at the same time, it's like, well, rock is real. There are people out there that like it. Give it a chance for sure.
Yeah, but my wife did bring up the point that she is, she's a different name out there, and so maybe she is going to be that entree, right? Maybe somebody's going to watch her, listen to her, and go, well, hang on a second, I like this style of music, and maybe somebody
Take a deeper dive.
Maybe somebody who wouldn't have known about Evanescence is now all of a sudden introduced as a result of that. I was like, okay, well, that's a healthy perspective, I guess.
Yeah, totally.
And Casey brought up all the great female rockers that are out there now, and I always kind of think of you as you, for me and for us, I think here represented the turn where we were like, we had obviously legendary voices in rock, but you represented this next wave that I think is still going on. You were the flashpoint, I think, and it seems like your contemporaries, and I've read interviews with all of them where they cite you as that step-off point. That has to come with a bit of pride.
That's really cool. It's so much cooler doing all of this now, later on in life, with the experience and the respect that comes along with just doing it for a long time and surviving so much.
Yeah.
It's I would way rather be where I am now than what it felt like when we were starting out.
Yes. Yeah.
It's badass. It's incredible. There are so many people that came before me, that have influenced me. So many rad women. It's not like I'm like this one pillar of rock. There have been women in rock from the beginning.
Yeah, but you had a style which I kind of see as almost like dominatrix-esque. And let me explain, because they incorporate pleasure and pain.
Yeah.
And
Right.
so the instrumentation is the pain and your voice is the pleasure. You have this smoothness about you, and then there's that raw edge of the music that go
Operatic.
together. So, I mean,
Contrast.
Yeah,
All
yeah,
of that
yeah.
Contrast.
So-
On a visual, audio, whatever level, I like to hear two really different things coming together to make that beautiful swirl.
And as I want to be the first one who has ever called you a dominatrix. Has anybody ever done that?
Oh, you're not the first.
We're on Zoom with Amy, so we can see her in
Yes.
the room that she's in. Are those Care Bears and
WMMR.
All right, some more stories to share with you. Let's get to them now.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, this morning is brought to you by the Valley Forge Tourism and Convention Board. July is Crave Montco Month, a celebration with promotions that highlight the hundreds of eateries, breweries, and restaurants that make Montgomery County, Pennsylvania, the East Coast premier dining destination. Boy, this is a wild story. Investigators from the National Transportation Safety Board have demonstrated that an Apple iPad likely jammed against a co-pilot's left pedal prior to a fatal crash of Aerotech Helicopter Services Chinook in Idaho last year.
Man.
It was an iPad getting jammed in the wrong place that caused this thing to crash. The Boeing CH-47D had been filling its bucket along a long line in the Salmon River when it began spinning to the left. Eyewitness video captured the helicopter continuing its counterclockwise rotation as it descended and impacted the river just 13 seconds later. Although ground firefighters on the scene quickly extracted the pilot, Thomas Hayes, and co-pilot Jared Bird from the water, both men ultimately died from their injuries.
Oh, man.
The NTSB has not yet released its final report of the accident, which will include the determination of probable cause. However, the newly opened public docket for the crash contains an exemplar helicopter and iPad examination summary that details how investigators established a source of damage on the flight crew's iPad, which was recovered from the river with 3 distinct gouge marks and a bend from the back of the case forward toward the screen. Apple iPads and other so-called electronic flight bags, or EFBs, have become common equipment in aircrafts and used for flight planning as a supplemental navigation aid and to replace paper documents, among other purposes. Investigators pointed out that the co-pilot's flight helmet would also further have complicated any attempts to retrieve the iPad, as the helmet would have contacted the visor over the instrument panel. So this is like, your floor mat in your car getting
Same
stuck
thing.
on the accelerator or something like that. Like
Had stuff
things
like that happen.
that you don't consider at all can cause something traumatic to happen.
I had my boot one time get jammed under the accelerator pedal, and that was a nightmare.
Yeah, while operators are generally required to conduct risk assessments before adopting EFBs, there's often not an explicit requirement to consider the risk of it as a loose object in the cockpit. So they're going to rethink all that
To minimize that, yeah.
again, which is pretty wild. I'd never heard of anything like that before. A British nurse lost her job after the hospital learned she had maintained an affair with a patient for over a year, ending when the man died following a sexual encounter with her in the hospital's parking lot.
Oh, my God.
In Wrexham, Wales, by the way.
Wrexham. Nearly
Whose
killed him.
Football team will be here next Friday.
Wow.
The man known as Patient A was receiving dialysis treatment as he died of a heart attack
Your bedpan.
during the late night meeting in January last year. Penelope Williams failed to call for an ambulance after the patient collapsed in the back of his car. Patient A died from heart failure and chronic kidney disease triggered by a medical episode. The episode triggered an investigation and hearing before the Nursing and Midwifery Council Fitness to Practice panel, which heard testimony that Williams had ignored advice from colleagues who had urged her to call an ambulance. Patient A had met Williams through work when Williams was helping to treat him for his condition. When emergency personnel eventually arrived, they found Patient A partially naked and unresponsive. Williams had called a colleague instead of emergency personnel, and the colleague urged her immediately to call an ambulance, only for Williams to delay in doing so, She was crying and distressed and asking for help as she tried to explain that someone had died.
It's the strangest thing. He appears to have choked on pubic hair.
The colleague ended up calling an ambulance instead, who found patient A dead upon arrival. She claimed that she had spent only about 30 to 45 minutes in the back of his car just talking. She further explained that the patient started groaning and suddenly died. She later admitted the ongoing relationship and that she had met up with him that night for a sexual encounter. Her admission at a later hearing in May resulted in her final dismissal from her job. And the board had determined that Williams had brought the nursing profession into disrepute, by the way.
You can't do that.
You can't go disreputing. A drunk driver in England crashed twice and set off his airbags before continuing to drive on the wrong side of the road towards an ambulance.
I'm day tripping.
The driving was described by a judge as sheer lunacy. Gary Hillman was more than 3 times the limit when he drove his van and later told police he was drinking vodka.
How do you drive with the airbag deployed?
And had been knocked unconscious during one of the crashes, which left him confused. He collided with a security fence after going too fast around a corner. He failed to stop and report the accident and carried on driving. He entered the highway. As he approached a roundabout, he crashed into the central reservation, which resulted in his airbags being deployed. He then turned around, stuck his head out of the driver's side window in order to see over the airbags. And he was said to be driving slowly, but veered into the wrong side of the road, on which he traveled for 3/4 of a mile.
This guy looks like Andy Serkis's slower brother.
At one stage, Hillman drove head-on directly towards an ambulance, which had its lights illuminated and sirens on.
I can't see because of the bag.
He was stopped by police and was described as unsteady on his feet and slurred speech. A blood test was taken, which revealed he was over the legal limit, and he had a previous conviction related to violence in 2021.
I love the concept of him leaning out the window because the airbag is obscuring his vision.
I had to see over the airbag.
I want to be safe.
Yep. Let's see. All right, this is a messed up story. A woman is dead. This is in Maryland. A woman is dead after a person stole a forklift from a Charles County business and ran her over in a parking lot before fleeing in her car early Sunday morning. It was at 12:40 a.m. Officers were called to a home improvement store for a report of a burglary in progress. According to witnesses, a person broke into the business, stole a forklift, and then fled by ramming the gates. Officers searched the area. They found the forklift at a nearby home improvement store. There was no sign of the suspect. However, officers found a woman underneath the forklift. And she was pronounced dead at the scene. Authorities said it appeared that the suspect encountered the woman in the parking lot of the business, struck her with a forklift, and fled in her car.
Fork your brains out.
The woman has not been identified. It's unclear if she knew the suspect or not. And there you go. That's the last story I have.
How random can you get?
In the bizarre file for you. I know. It's bizarre. All right. Another mention real quick. We have the Preston and Steve Belly Flop Championship.
It's back.
Oh, yeah.
Returning to Valley Forge and the Valley Beach at Valley Forge Casino Resort. So, if you would like to be one of our fierce competitors in this competition, go to PrestonandSteve.com and you can get entered there. You're going to need a photo and some information about yourself, belly flop nickname, walk-up music. And by the way, it's an all-sexes event. So in the past, we tried to do different men and women's divisions. We're doing it all in one thing. So men, women, whoever. And it does not matter. You think belly flop, you think, well, I have to have a big gut in order to do this. Not true at all. Some of our best ones have been thinner people that just smack the water. And it's also style. It's however you want to be presented. It's kind of like professional wrestling, to be honest.
It is. And if you're not sure about how this is all executed or what the contestants have been doing in the past, the videos are all up on PrestonandSteve.com.
Yep. We have $500 cash prize for first place. That's going to add, we're going to add more prizing to that. Plus cash prizes for second and third to be announced. And spectators are welcome. Come on out. It's 21 and over event. And it's sponsored by Valley Forge Casino Resort. And it is it's Thursday, August 3rd, 6 to 8 p.m. But details at WMMR.com. So we would love for you to get signed up now. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back in a second. We have music news, we have trash, and we have a concert announcement as well. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Do you have any My Little Ponies? Because Kathy was never allowed to have a My Little Pony when she was a kid.
Yeah. Wait.
Oh, wait, we're going to take a look. She's taking the camera over. I'll describe to the audience. Yes!
My Little Ponies!
Several My Little Ponies.
I try to keep it in perspective so like the Grammys and the awards have like
Yeah.
dolls all around.
It's like in front of a gold record and a Grammy, there's a My Little Pony. Several.
Wait, and I love the
I
characters.
got My Little Pony climbing the Grammy right now.
Oh my
The
God.
Raggedy Ann up there.
Amy, I used to go to my neighbor's house and play with the neighbor because she had My Little Ponies. And for whatever reason, and it wasn't that I wasn't allowed to have them, but my mom never got them for me. And I was traumatized as a kid. I
Your
really
mom probably
wanted
thought they
them.
were sinful or something.
That's really funny. I honestly, like, I didn't have that many toys as a kid, but there was, I don't know why, like, there's so many cool 80s collectible. I mean, it's not like it's only the 80s. It happened later too with Pokemon and Beanie Babies and everything else. But like, when I got to be a teenager and all that stuff was like at flea markets and cheap, I was like, I'm buying every toy that I ever wanted now.
Yeah, now that you can afford it, go for it. Yeah, absolutely.
So, Amy, with the new record and new music, what are your thoughts on touring and what it's going to be like over the next few months? Because so much of that is up in the air for so many different acts.
Yeah, we're not going to be out there this summer, but we are making plans for the end of the year. And I just can't wait. It's been just this thing where we keep making plans, and this is like with tour and everything else over the last year and a half almost now. You just keep making plans and keep having to push them back, and then you just keep making them again and keep making them again and keep, waiting for that time when you don't have to postpone it again. So we just keep making plans.
Yeah.
And I feel like now, we're in a different situation than when we were in last year when we just kept pushing it back, hoping for something. Now there's a vaccine. Now things are changing. I've already gotten my first shot. We're headed towards the end of not being able to do it anymore. So we are going to unleash the fury. I am so ready to get out there and just play and feel what it feels like to be on stage, just immersed fully in music with a group of hot and sweaty people. Don't you want that so bad?
Yeah,
right now?
absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So good.
Yeah.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, when was the last time you played our MMRBQ? How many years? Obviously, it wasn't last year. Was that
it's been a
2
while.
years ago?
I don't think it was that
2019.
long ago.
Yeah, because I had a great memory of being in the commissary, if you will, and I believe they might have been serving kielbasa sausage, and I started singing Tenacious D,
Tenacious
and
D.
you were there, and you actually sang with me a little bit.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah. I
Your
remember
butt
that.
cheeks is warm.
Yes.
That was our road trip music. That
Yeah.
we were just on that road trip. It was all Tenacious D, like
That's awesome.
all of it.
Oh,
I'm an old school fan from like the cable days.
Yeah.
Like
the HBO show.
They played the MMRBQ one year, and they were it was a
festival.
Yeah, it was a festival, another festival that we did, and nobody really knew them except the musicians, and it was wild to see that. The audience was like, "What in the F?"
It was before Jack Black was a household name, man.
Every band was lined up stage side, and they were like freaking out. It was just hilarious.
it's so funny because it's one of those things, right? Like Spinal Tap, where bands get it on a level where it, especially with the Tenacious D, their musicianship is so good.
Yeah.
That's part of what makes it so funny. Like all the details of like talking about writing a song and everything, you just relate to it. It's like, that's right. And it actually sounds great.
It does. They're really great. And Pick of Destiny is just you can watch that over and over again. I wanted to ask you when you're performing, when you getting back to the concert dynamic. What's the better scenario? You're able to roll out the music, and a lot of your listeners have heard it. They're live, perform live with that energy, or they come already pre-schooled on the music because they've been listening to it over and over again off of the album.
You know, it's cool when they know it a little bit. That one of the cool things about this situation is we're going to be going out there playing the new album,
right?
And by the time we're able to be up on stage playing it, the fans have been living it with it for a year.
Right.
I mean, we started releasing the songs, already a year ago now. So it won't be that, ooh, what's this one? I haven't heard it before. I mean, it'll be cool to hear it live, but they'll know the words. And I think that's going to be really powerful.
Yeah. I remember when I would be going to a concert, I would take a little bit of time to do the work, to get the album and listen to it, and then go. It's a completely different experience. And were you the same way when you were pre-rock star? Yeah.
Yeah, even now, like if we're gonna go to a show and it's a band that like a friend wants to go to that I don't really know that well, or I know like the hits, but I don't want to be that person.
Yeah.
Like you always jam that album that day when you're like getting ready to go, just so you're kind of familiar with what's going to happen. It makes it more exciting when the songs you like do happen.
It serves you better as you're paying for this ticket. You know, you're going to get more out of it if you listen to the material. I remember Rush had done a tour, and it was a concept album that they had, and they said they were going to mainly just be playing music from that. So I did my work. I listened to it. I loved it. Our boss did not listen to it. He thought it was a lousy concert. I thought it was an awesome concert. So that can be the difference. You got to listen to the material.
I totally agree.
Hey, I wanted to ask because Taylor Momsen's name came up, Lizzie Hale's name came up. There are a couple of the featured backup singers on this album. There are several people that you brought on board, and all of this done remotely. How was that? I mean, just a quick phone call and they're in type of thing?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
It wasn't completely remote. That was when we were recording Use My Voice, it was right before the shutdown. It was the beginning of last year. So we recorded in Nashville. That's where Nick's studio is, and Lizzie, and they live here. So it was easy for her to come by, like check out the song, get in the booth. And Dina Jacob from Viridia, my friend who helped me actually write a little bit of the song, she could come in. She lives here. So we did that. But also I just like texted and called a couple friends and was like, I don't know, you want to lay a vocal down on this? And everybody said yes. And
Awesome.
Really cool.
You guys all have your own style and all shine in your own ways. But when you're watching Lizzie, do you kind of sit there and go, a little less? Don't destroy me on this. Her voice is
I hear
so
Lizzie
powerful.
and I'm like, turn that girl up.
That's so cool that you guys all live out there. That's just one of those cities that I need to get to.
Are you in Nashville?
Yeah, I am now. I was in Brooklyn for 13 years. It's weird. It's different, but it's good. We're closer to my parents here.
Hey, I wanted to listen. I don't know if you have the details, and if you do, if you're allowed to give them out or not. But you are going to be announcing a streaming concert next month. Can you talk about that right now or no?
I don't know. I haven't talked about it yet because I didn't think I was supposed to, but you just spilled the beans.
Feel free to get in trouble because of us.
Nobody's listening.
We're working on it. We're just now talking about the set list. So we are doing something. Yes.
Okay. I've watched a lot of streaming concerts over the last year, and it is, I mean, there's some really, really great things. I'm a huge Fish fan, and Trey Anastasio did a run of shows at the Beacon, and what they did, which I thought was really, really cool, is they performed towards the back of the stage, right? And so and then they lit up all the seats behind them. I mean, just are you talking like, just visuals alone, because obviously the music's going to, speak for itself, but the visuals alone, I thought that was a really cool visual.
That is really cool. That's a good idea.
Hey,
we still have to figure out what we're going to do exactly.
When you're putting the set list together, what's most important, opener or closer to you? What do you think?
That is a difficult question.
Yeah.
The opener is really important. I'm tempted to say the closer, but honestly, like the way you start the show really sets up the whole energy of the night. If you come in strong, like that is going to just get everybody to buy into everything else you're about to do. So I think starting is really important, but ending's important too, because whatever you end with, that's what's going to be in everybody's head for the rest of the night.
I saw a Cheap Trick one time, and they opened with "I Want You to Want Me," and we were like, "Whoa!" And I still remember that to this day. I mean, that blew me away.
There's a lot that can go into. There's a lot behind those moves. I think that's a statement. It's like, if you guys came to just hear this one song, you can leave now.
We're
the rest of the show is for the fans. You guys want to go to the bathroom, just go. Get to the back. This is for the fans now. That's what that says to me.
we had a show one time, and we won't mention the band, but the band opened and closed with their hit at the time. It was like it was a weird thing.
Well, it was the New Radicals, and they really didn't have much material, and that's a great song. You get what you get.
Absolutely, yeah.
But hey, I wanted to, and I don't know if we've talked to you since you guys released your cover of The Chain, but what an amazing rendition of that song. And I just wanted to thank you for doing that, choosing to do that, and releasing it. Yeah,
and ballsy too. Yeah. I mean, that's a bold shot at a song that's got its own identity for sure. It was awesome.
Totally, man. It felt really good to do. our band is made up of people. We all have a little bit of a different taste in music, and we all like different things. And, some of that contrast between us is what makes it great. But one place that we all super agree is Fleetwood Mac. So to be able to go in and for us all to just be like, yes, like equally excited to have the opportunity to do it was really cool. And my thought on covers is always find a new way, like make it somehow like really your own, because if it's really just going to be another version of the original, like that's just, I don't know, I want to go hear the original then, like that to me is like that
you're just reminding people of a version they like better, which is it's the problem.
Like bring a new perspective to the table and see if you can show another potential interpretation of the music. So that song definitely, it's different. It's very different from the original. I really like it.
You mentioned each band member having their own taste, and then confirm or deny, is your number one pie choice these days pecan pie, and how did that happen?
You guys research deep. You went that far on Instagram.
Can you confirm or deny?
Confirm. I love pecan pie. I mean, I like food in general. I'm a food person, but I think that was like last Thanksgiving or something. I was like, okay, I'm making a mark in time. Like, this is my favorite. I'm tired of playing around. This isn't a joke anymore.
So you pronounce it pecan pie, which is how I say it as well. Steve says pecan.
Yeah.
So then where are you from? Where did you grow up that you got that pronunciation?
I actually grew up all over. My dad's was in radio for 30 years, so we're kind of a no dialect family. South Florida is where I grew up as a small child, but then Illinois and then Arkansas. But I mean, I've lived everywhere, kind of.
All right, what did he do in radio?
Pecan. We say pecan.
Pecan. What did he do in radio?
He did what you do. He was a DJ, a program director, morning show.
Oh.
We traveled. That's why we moved around a lot, just different jobs.
Wow, cool. Excellent. Well, listen, we're excited. Monday morning, 93.3 WMMR. There's everything that rocks. A little bit on the toasty side, which I think we're pretty well used to by now. The humidity's been, like last year, I think we got off easy. I think maybe the last 2 years we got off pretty easy. This year's is coming in. We're paying
August
due.
before August.
Oof, man, nasty. Today's high about 92, and humidity levels they said are going to be a little bit lower today. We'll see about that, and then some isolated thunderstorms, 90 tomorrow, and all that good stuff. All right, we're going to do today's lesson question. Here we go. Let me see what we have. I'm sorry, I'm not prepared. I will get prepared right now. We have a 4-pack of Six Flags Great Adventure tickets. And the question that we will ask this morning is, Steve's friend Rocco changed his name to which other strange name? 215-263-WMMR.
I remember this one.
Yes. And it wasn't really what he changed it to. But he changed Rocco. He changed his name from Rocco to what other strange name? 215-263-WMMR was in around 7 a.m. If you were listening and you heard it, then we need to hear from you.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you by Family and Company Jewelers. Getting engaged? Get the perfect engagement ring from Family and Company, South Jersey's diamond destination. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, Jason Aldean booted off stage in the middle of a song during a concert in Connecticut on Saturday night. Fortunately, the audience was able to correctly surmise that the rest of the song probably involved a pickup truck and hot country nights.
Oh, my God.
Neo White, the TikToker who suffered burns on his face after a chemical peel, has been awarded $1 million in his lawsuit against Diamond Faces Skincare Bar in Atlanta. White says he should have been suspicious when the esthetician put on a welding mask.
Oh, my God.
And finally, the Island Boys. You know these idiots. They say there's nothing romantic between the brothers after they posted a video of them making out with each other.
Ew.
Kodiak Kared and Fly Soldier say they keep their antics purely platonic and virtually never swallow.
Oh, my God.
So that's how I
All righty. Curious if somebody knows the answer to this question. Steve's friend Rocco changed his name to which other strange name? 215-263-WMMR is the number. It was said a couple of times, but pretty quickly. Let's see if you were paying attention and if you know it. We're going to go to Zach, see if we can get the answer. Hi, Zach. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, buddy. So Steve's from Rocco changed his name to which other strange name?
Pud Squirter?
Pud Squirter. It was Pud Squirt. Yes, that is correct. Yes. He added an on the end, so technically you got it right, Zach. Congratulations. Hang on. 4-pack of tickets to Six Flags Great Adventure. And you can celebrate summer at Six Flags Great Adventure. Come early to experience the thrills of your favorite coasters, and then stay late to enjoy spectacular fireworks every Friday and Saturday night. Or bring your appetite to the park's newest festival, Flavors of the World. Ooh. Featuring tasty cuisine from 7 countries.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Good boy. All right, it's powered by PGW. Improve the comfort of your home and lower energy bills with a PGW Energy Sense rebate. Up to $1,400 in savings with new home heating equipment. You can learn more at pgwenergysense.com. It's official. Guns N' Roses will release a new single, according to the band's longtime production manager, Tom Mayhew. They got a bunch of music already recorded, and a new single should be out any day now. And describing it, he said it's kind of like Appetite for Destruction.
Really?
Yeah.
So it's Sweet Grandchild of Mine?
Maybe Your Sweet Grandchild of Mine. GNR's most recent release was Hard School, a 4-song EP, which came out in February of last year. By the way, we'll end music news today with a concert announcement. Just wanted to throw that out there. Speaking of Guns N' Roses, Slash has collaborated with Demi Lovato for a new rock version of her 2017 song, Sorry Not Sorry. And it will be on her upcoming album of recordings titled Revamped, out on September 15th.
Yeah, there's a possibility we're going to get her on the show to talk about it. She's really excited about doing this rock record.
Excellent.
Yeah, and it's pretty fascinating. And I've heard that the Slash track is fantastic.
Okay. Lovato said Slash is an iconic artist who I've been a fan of for years, and she called it an absolute honor to work with him. Meanwhile, Slash is on the road with GNR and will also appear on the Barbie soundtrack, by the way. And
rock and roll.
He and Wolfgang Van Halen both lent their guitar talents to the song called I'm Just Ken, which features lead vocals from Ryan Gosling.
That's pretty wild that he's now a gun for hire like his dad did occasionally.
Yeah. Seattle rock band Candlebox dropped a new single called Punks from their final studio album called The Long Goodbye. Frontman-songwriter Kevin Martin commented about the band celebrating 30 years. He said, you think that you're invincible and you try to grab all those things that come along with being in a rock band and touring the world, but inevitably you're left with yourself. And if you don't have something within yourself that can keep you grounded, what are you doing it for?
Is Punk short for Punxsutawney Phil?
I think it must be. I think it's a tribute to the first most famous groundhog. The new 10-track collection will be out on August 25th. Candlebox is currently on their farewell tour, and they're playing shows across the country with 3 doors down.
I always liked Candlebox. What, were you a fan?
Yeah, I like a couple of their songs, but they've been a solid rock band. Alice Cooper is being honored by the state of Arizona, where he lives, as they are now issuing specialty license plates with his picture on it.
That's pretty cool.
Alice Cooper commented, saying, Arizona is known for great sunsets, cactus, and the best Mexican food, monsoons, and now an Alice Cooper specialty license plate. And we hope that many of my fellow Arizona neighbors will get this specialty plate for their cars and motorcycles to support teens in Arizona. The Alice Cooper's Solid Rock Specialty Plate supports his teen his teen centers in Phoenix and Mesa. The designated $17 goes to provide a safe space for all teens ages 12 to 20 to spend time, receive positive mentorship, and free music, art, dance, photography, and recording studio lessons and opportunities.
I've been pushing for a Justin Timberlake inspection sticker, but no traction yet.
It's not much to ask for.
It's not a lot at all.
To be honest. So, and then Billy Idol has shared the original video for his hit Hot in the City. The song, which was a top 30 hit in the U.S., will be on the expanded reissue of his self-titled 1982 debut album that comes out on July 28th. The 2-CD package includes the original 11-track album and a recently unearthed 12-minute version of White Wedding. There's also a full concert recording from 1982 at the Roxy in West Hollywood.
There's a 12-minute version of White Wedding?
Yeah, for one reason or another. And, of course, he's going to be playing the MM Barbecue on September 16th.
We might get to hear a version of that.
I would think so. Maybe not the 12-minute version of
He'll leave out some of the guests.
White Wedding. But I forgot. There are a handful of songs I'm like, oh, yeah, Hot in the City. I haven't heard that in a while. It's a great tune. So he'll be on the bill with Shinedown, Larkin Poe, Aaron Jones, Dirty Honey, Finger 11, Tiger Cub, and Local Shots artist Vixen 77. If you want to get your tickets, get them now. Go to WMMR.com for details.
You were just talking about Slash. He just did a show with Slash, Billy Idol.
Really?
Yeah, in Paris, I guess.
Hardest working man in rock and roll.
One other quick thing. Do we have this clip of Rivers Cuomo?
Yes.
So I have not seen or heard this yet, but he's in an ad for Short Guys Clothing.
Yes, it's a company that markets specifically towards shorter men.
All right, here we
and
go.
He explained
My name is Rivers Cuomo. You might know me as the lead singer from the band Weezer. As you can see from the cover of any album that has the four of us standing in a line, I'm the shortest one. Shopping for clothes has always been frustrating for me. I try stuff on, it just doesn't fit. It's like kind of baggy. And then I show up to the gig, and like everyone else in my band looks totally sharp, and I'm like all frumpy. I look like a kid wearing a grown-up's clothes. Look at these Ash and Erie clothes. This is my exact outfit that I wear on stage for our current indie rock road trip. I was always the guy who didn't care about clothes because I'd just given up. Now they fit, they look all right, so who knows, I might become like Mr. Fashion.
I knew he was a smaller guy. I don't know how short he is. I'm not sure what his height is. He's 5'6".
That's what he says. Yeah.
Okay. So there you go. Short Guys Clothing Line, endorsed by Rivers Cuomo.
Weird.
It gives us some cred.
Yeah. All right, and the last thing, concert announcement. We are happy to present this show. This will be taking place Saturday, November 18th at the Keswick Theater, and tickets for this particular show that I'm going to announce will go on sale Friday at 10 a.m. via AXS.com. And we are happy to welcome back to Philadelphia Mammoth Wolfgang Van Halen. It is called the Mammoth 2 Tour 2023 with Nita Strauss. And the dude can rock. He has played the Barbecue and has proven himself many times over now with the songs that have been released from him. So, Saturday, November 18th at the Keswick Theater. Tickets on sale this Friday at 10 a.m. via AXS.com. And if you would like a link to all of the details, including the pre-sale password, because there's a pre-sale, and I don't have the details on that, unfortunately. But you can text the word Mammoth to 39333, and we will send you that link. And if you want to win tickets, you got to listen to Jackie Bam Bam all this week. He will have your opportunity to win those tickets. So listen to Jackie Bam Bam tonight. Again, Mammoth Van Halen, or Mammoth Wolfgang Van Halen, Saturday, November 18th at the Keswick Theater, and tickets on sale this Friday. All right, with that, we're going to take a quick break. Come back in a second, wrap up the program. Word of the Week prize. We'll get you that first letter when we return.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
You're doing the live stuff, which is going to be fantastic, and the new album is great. So, Amy Lee, congratulations to you, the rest of the guys in the band.
Thank you.
And just keep doing what you're doing, and we love it, and we appreciate it.
Thank you. Can't wait to see you in person again.
Yes.
Excellent. The Bitter Truth, Amy Lee, Evanescence. Thank you very much. And thanks for coming on this morning. So, wow. She's so cool.
She's awesome.
I love it. I love this. I was looking on our next guest Twitter account, and he's got a tweet from Ryan Reynolds.
Yes.
It says, excited to see the Snyder Cut, but ahead of its debut, and with the aid of a good amount of aviation gin, tonight at 6 p.m., I'll do something I've never done. Actually watch The Green Lantern. Happy St. Patrick's Day. That was sent to Zack Snyder. Ladies and gentlemen, we're very fortunate to have this gentleman on. He was gracious enough to give us this wonderful interview at the Camp Out for Hunger. It was fantastic.
So cool.
And we're stoked on the day that this big event that we've long awaited, that he is joining us this morning. Is very, very cool.
I mean, the stuff that so many people thought would never happen, and here it is.
Please welcome Zack Snyder to the show this morning. Zach.
Hey, guys.
Hey, how you doing, man?
Doing great. Doing really great this morning.
It is an exciting day for a lot of people, including most of all you. And the first question I want to get into, Zach, is just to remind everybody, how did this come to be? Where did this idea start that this movie needed to go back and be redone and added all this extra footage? I think it was fan based, was it not?
100% fan based. I don't know. It's a long saga of what happened during the film. People might not know that the original Justice League that was released in theaters, that I've never seen the movie. I left the project due to a family tragedy that we had, and so I never completed the film. They brought in another guy to finish it, and they made a couple of changes in my absence, and so I guess there was a hashtag that circulated called "Release the Snyder Cut." And that hashtag started on November 17th, 2017, which is the day the movie was originally released.
Wow.
There was a guy who walked out of the theater and just went like, nope, and just and tweeted that. And since, it's been tweeted millions of times, the studio finally was like, okay, well, I guess we have to do this.
It's miraculous.
Yeah.
It is a miraculous thing when you stop and think about it. So the actual release itself, Zach, the actual movie, that it's in existence the way you originally envisioned it, but now the story of it has become Hollywood legend as well, how this actually was executed. So something that I'm sure would have to frustrate any artist and any guy, and I consider you a visionary. Preston and I, we all love your work. I mean, we're massive fans. And to think, okay, I guess I have to cast that one into the dustbin of, and then to be able to go back, and then you're getting things like IGN saying Zack Snyder's Justice League is a vindication for the director and the fans that believed in his vision. That's got to be awesome on this day to hear stuff like that.
Yeah, it's really cool. And just the fans have been so amazing. Our big cause is suicide prevention and mental health awareness. And, the fans have raised now $600,000 just, in the little fan community. Because every time they did an activation, like if they bought a billboard, half the money would go to AFSP and the other half of the money would be like a billboard, or like whatever they do, half of the money goes to, AFSP and, for suicide prevention and mental health awareness. And it's just an incredible, I've said 100 times, like, well, if there was no movie, what the fans have done is incredible, especially during this pandemic where there's a lot of people suffering, through some hard times, on top of this virus, there's also just the impact on all of us as people. And I think that they've really been just amazing and tip of the spear in that way. And I'm just proud of the community.
Well, you participated in our Camp Out for Hunger, and just to put into perspective what happened, that ended up, when we thought we were fighting, the Battle of Sisyphus there, pushing the boulder up the hill, it ended up being by leaps and bounds, our most productive camp out ever, and again, thanks in part to you and the other people who did it. So the generosity is not gone, and for anyone who's going to enjoy and has been excited for this event, that we'll put the link up. I'm sure Nick probably already has, to direct money for people who want to make donations to this charity, which has touched your life and is sadly touching so many lives right now, and then turn a negative into a positive. But I have to ask you, so there is so much that initially I was unaware, after having seen the movie in the theater and having loved the way you had progressed this story. With Man of Steel and Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice, to me it seemed very Wagnerian and very operatic, and I love it. I love that whole thing. And while Justice League definitely has its moments, the tone was different. And so now that I realize there were huge chunks that were excised, Preston and I loved the character of Cyborg, and you could just feel he had been shorted so much screen time. That has been corrected, correct?
Cyborg is really it's his movie in a lot of ways. I think when you see it, you're going to be very much, you're basically seeing Cyborg's story in a lot of ways. It's his origin, and that was always when Chris Terrio and I were working on the story. Our intent was always to have Cyborg. It was his time. We thought this movie was going to be all about Cyborg, and frankly, Justice League really takes that character, all the way.
I love it.
I can't wait for you to see it. But I was suggesting that you guys leave the studio right now.
Oh, Zach was actually giving us a pass and suggested, and I suggested we ran the show from like the time of Live Aid, and it would probably it wouldn't work out. But so we're going to tell our bosses you've given us the pass right now, actually on social media, and there are people responding who are just loving it. And you've always dealt with people who just summarily just don't buy into what you're doing. I've from the get-go has had legions bought into it. And you like long movies. We talked about this last time at the Camp Out for Hunger. And if you're telling a story, it's like I was looking at the runtime initially when the first iteration of Justice League was released. Like, how are you? What is this? What was this filmed in a photo booth? I mean, how are you getting these huge stories compacted?
The movie, I think the runtime of the movie it's 2 hours with credits. So it's, I think, an hour and, 40, or 50 minutes.
Yeah.
Total. I mean, I think that's not even half of the movie that I've just finished. So if you're ready for a deep dive into into some Justice League characters, if you're ready to really go all the way, please, this is what it's all about.
Zach, mentioning a long film, and for those who maybe have a hard time consuming something that's 4 hours long, I did read this morning that it is kind of broken up into 30-minute chapters. Is that the case?
Yeah, when I originally finished this cut of the movie, I finished in January of 2017. So I've been working on it even 2016. So and I had this idea then that I should divide the movie into chapters. And so it's really easy I think as a stream, when you're streaming it, and then, this is a great HBO Max thing that's happening, in that when you sit on your sofa, if you sort of think about it psychologically, like you're about to binge basically 7 half-hour episodes of a giant, some are 40 minutes and whatever, but I think you really, in that sense, it's really easy to watch, and you can always pause it at the chapters and go get your chips or go to the bathroom, or you can come back the next day. But it's really, I think in that way, it's the right sort of platform for it. We did finish an IMAX version of the movie as well, which hopefully when the theaters kind of open up more, we can put it up in IMAX for you guys, because we want to do that for charity, in the fall.
Oh, we'll be there. We'll promote it. Yeah, we'll absolutely do that. And just to let people know, and it's my understanding that they might be thrown off as you watch it, as everyone will watch it today, and then donate to Zach's charity as well. That the aspect ratio that you'll see at home is a little bit different, correct?
Fine way to wrap up the program. Blues Traveler with Runaround. 10:39 on a Monday morning, the Preston and Steve show. Coming to a close. First one back from a vacation. You never know what you're going to get.
No.
When you return from having a couple weeks off, will you still be, will we be in sync with each other? Today was fun. I enjoyed it. And great hearing about you guys having those awesome vacations.
It was pretty amazing.
Yeah, some pretty adventurous things taking place. So I would like to thank our only guests who were in the studio this morning. We had Mr. Mark O'Connor and Stephanie Mack, who were in to promote the Bend to the Shore bike race, which is on a Sunday. Not really a race, it's a ride.
It's a ride.
Yeah. And Casey and the WMMR team, WMMR Rock and Rollers, in full force, but there's room for you. You can text Casey Boy to 39333 to get the details and to also just donate. If you don't want to ride, you can donate. Casey's trying to raise as much as possible.
Yeah, I'd set a goal to raise $10,000. I'm only $9,000 away from reaching that goal. So
That's pretty good. That's awesome.
Pretty close. Pretty close. I was thinking about asking some of the Mansion people to listen to the show to donate. If you want to.
Why not? We do
That would
know
be
Mansion
great.
people.
We do
Yeah.
know a couple of Mansion people. And then I was like, man, should I offer to maybe do a naked belly flop if I reach that $10,000 goal?
Yep.
You mean
then
privately or at the...
at the belly flop championship.
You
And then
just
I
did.
thought, no, I'm not going to do that. Kathy will, though.
She'll step up.
I think you should offer to cook dinner for someone.
Naked?
Ooh, naked?
Well, I hadn't thought of that.
You don't want that around food, do you?
No, you don't.
Yeah.
You don't want that around anything.
So it was nice to have those guys in this morning. The event is on Sunday, by the way. And WMMR.com for all the details, or just text Casey Board to 39333 and we'll send you a link to all that information. Good to see you, sir. It's been a while.
Great to see you kids.
You were on vacation before we went on vacation.
I was.
And so we haven't seen you in 3 weeks.
It has been.
Yeah.
It's too long.
You've grown.
I have. I have grown. And Nick got a haircut.
Yes, he did.
Did you put that on Facebook?
I did. Yeah. It's one of my posts on Facebook from last week. Yeah.
I saw it. The ever-changing looks that you've had through the
You
years.
saw one of my posts on Instagram?
I don't know. I don't know how I stumble upon things.
I got you. You've been more active on Instagram lately, and
I have.
Yes,
Yes, I have.
And I was surprised by that. There were
I lived to post.
There were people who were commenting, Pierre, saying that you should be next after I got my haircut, and I said that is never going to happen.
Well, I have always believed in changing up my look.
I know.
It's very, very important.
You're man of a thousand. You're basically the Lon Chaney of a contemporary radio.
Very much so,
Yeah.
Steve. Yeah, and
Man of a thousand faces.
1,000 faces, and more importantly, 1,000 looks.
Sometimes you'll come in here and we'll see what looks to be like a Marine drill sergeant.
Right.
You'll peel back the latex.
Aha!
It's me.
Yeah, it's a chameleon thing, So I believe in the change-up.
Very good. How about our letter of the day to get started?
I believe in that too.
All right. Why is this not going?
93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the President and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
W, as in welcome back, Preston and Steve.
Thank
Kathy,
you, sir.
Casey, Nick, and Marissa.
All right, and we have a
And Connor.
a pair of
And Kyle.
and Soup. Where's Soup? She's right
And
here.
Soup.
Yeah,
Well, actually,
intern Soup.
Connor never left. He was here for all 3 weeks.
That's right. All right, so we have a pair of Terrace Club tickets for the Pocono 400, and it's this Sunday, July 23rd, Pocono Raceway. Tickets include shaded seat for the race, pit paddock passes to get up and close to the cars, and the pit and pre-race, and food and beverage as well. And NASCAR weekend at Pocono Raceway, July 21st through the 23rd. Tickets at PoconoRaceway.com. Look for Kathy's dad there. He will be there. What's happening on this fine Monday?
I've got Tidal Wave and Jelly Roll.
Tidal Wave and Jelly Roll.
Yes.
Nice.
When I saw it first, I thought that was a band, Tidal Wave, but apparently it's a festival in Atlantic City, which Jelly Roll will play at. And so I've got tickets for that to give away. I also have workforce blocks of the Police and Live. And Don Henley has a birthday coming up, or had a birthday coming up, or the Eagles had an anniversary coming up, or have an anniversary coming up.
One of those.
There's something happening which will cause me to do a block of the Eagles.
Excellent.
It's his birthday on the 22nd.
Okay, so that's coming up.
That's the one.
Right.
Sharp as a knife tack.
Thank you. The fine sponsors of our radio program. We are brought to you by Duncan. The President and Steve Show runs on Duncan. Also brought to you by Meineke for tires, brakes, batteries, exhaust systems, and more. Meineke, doing car care right. Tomorrow's Tuesday. We'll give away a tattoo. Tuesday. Listen up for your chance to win. And our friend Chef Brian Duffy. We haven't seen Chef
awesome.
in a little while, so he's stopping in. And we'll see what else we can get into as well. That's it. We're done. Rage on. Have a lovely day, and we'll see you tomorrow, gang. Bye-bye.
Preston and Steve on 93.3